French, new Canadians and old, and we are going to make a commitment to unity, to change, to growth and prosperity that's going to mean new days and new hopes and better tomorrows for all Canadians.
The boy from Baie-Comeau. From a working-class family in a rural Quebec town, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney would go on to be one of the most consequential prime ministers in the nation's history.
Canada is open for business again.
He dedicated his life to this country, taking on some of the biggest challenges of his time.
You do not have a monopoly on patriotism.
And between record-breaking electoral highs and reputation-harming political lows,
This was all about Canada, about the unity of our country.
Mulroney never shied away from taking big swings.
We are doing it because it is right for Canada.
He wrote new chapters in this country's history and others.
If there are not fundamental changes in South Africa, we are prepared to invoke total sanctions.
Today, after a week of tributes and personal goodbyes, a final farewell to a prime minister, a father, a grandfather, and a partner of 50 years.
In the fullness of time, history, and a more reflective nation will tell us whether our hopes for the ultimate success of these policies were in fact realized.
This is the state funeral for the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney.
And good morning from Montreal, where on the outside it is cold and snowy. That, though, is the inside of the Notre-Dame Basilica here in Montreal, where the state funeral for Canada's 18th Prime Minister will soon get underway. I'm Rosemary Barton. As I said, we are just outside that cathedral where that final farewell will soon begin. Brian Mulroney was a transformative leader. You've probably heard that all through this week during a turbulent time in this country and indeed around the world. And the guest list, indeed some of those faces you saw inside the Basilica, will tell the story of his life and times, his friendships, and we'll hear from many of those attending both before and after the service. About 1,300 people expected at today's funeral, and the events will be extraordinary, historic. Lots of politicians, former, current, and other faces that you'll well recognize as well. And we'll bring you all of this from several vantage points here in Montreal today. The host of Power and Politics is, of course, with us, David Cochrane, here at Notre-Dame, where he will be grabbing some of those politicians, past and current. Quibina Oduro is near Palais des Congrès, where the funeral cortege will meet an escort and the honor guard. And our Alison Northcott is at St. Patrick's Basilica, where people have been able to visit the family and pay their respects to the former Prime Minister over the past few days, and where the remarkable events of this day will begin. And so we will start with Alison to get a sense of how that's going to unfold. Alison.
Yeah, here at St. Patrick's Basilica, this is a church that Montreal's Irish community and Brian Mulroney's family have deep ties to, and it's where he's been lying in repose here in Montreal over the last couple of days, where his family members have been receiving people from across the country who have come to pay their respects and offer their condolences to the family. So what we will see this morning is, a little later this morning, the funeral cortege will leave from St. Patrick's Basilica. It will go along René Lévesque Boulevard in front of the Basilica here, down Blurry Street to Notre-Dame Street, and then on to the Notre-Dame Basilica for the funeral. Along the way, it will meet up with a larger procession to wind through the streets. It's a route of about 1 kilometer, and that will include an RCMP honor guard, the Canadian Armed Forces honor guard, RCMP pallbearers, as well as members of Mulroney's family. So that procession will head towards the Notre-Dame Basilica for the funeral later this morning.
Alison, thank you for that, and we'll, of course, come back to you through the morning. The funeral here at the Basilica expected to last about 2 hours, and the Basilica, in case you didn't know, is modeled after its namesake. in Paris. This is also the location of Pierre Trudeau's funeral some 24 years ago. Today, Justin Trudeau will make remarks about his father's political rival and his predecessor in the Prime Minister's office. It is, of course, where Justin Trudeau also gave that eulogy about his father. Wayne Gretzky will also speak today, Mulroney's longtime friend, Jean Charest. And we'll also hear from Ronald Reagan, former Secretary of State, Ronald Reagan's former Secretary of State, James Baker, who was so integral in the free trade agreement that Mulroney brought together, Canadian media baron Pierre-Karl Péladeau, and of course, from the Mulroney family, his daughter and eldest child, Caroline, will speak about her father, eulogize her in this moment. With me all day today to help with our coverage, former CBC Parliamentary Bureau Chief and journalist with The Economist now, Rob Russo. Glad to have you here.
Thank you,
covered
Rosemary.
Brian Mulroney when he was Prime Minister. What are you expecting to hear today?
Well, the country has spared the last 3 or 4 days thinking about the 18th Prime Minister. I want to spare a moment for the people who are going to be eulogizing him today because they have to reach an exalted standard. Brian Mulroney was capable of delivering tub-thumping stem-winders of speeches when he needed to. He was also the eulogizer-in-chief. He became de rigueur at funerals, including the funerals of 2 U.S. presidents, Ronald Reagan and George Bush. But I'm also thinking as I watch people go in, the rich, the powerful, the political. I'm thinking of Brian Mulroney, the outsider. Brian Mulroney, who was an Anglophone who grew up surrounded by Francophones in the mill town of Baie-Comeau. I'm thinking of Brian Mulroney, who was the electrician's son in that mill town, his father was surrounded by the bosses. The whistle, the factory whistle dictated his life. I'm thinking of Brian Mulroney, the conservative, the young conservative, who was again surrounded by liberals in the province of Quebec. Conservatives were almost extinct when he was growing up. And so I think of that outsider, and I think of the dizzying heights he's arrived at today. And we'll be watching the people who helped lift him to those dizzying heights and who surrounded him in those years when he was a great success both in politics and in business.
Yeah, and let's be clear, Brian Mulroney had views about how this day would unfold. His family's been deeply involved in the planning, and he would have loved the turnout that we've already seen today. David Cochrane has one of the people at the funeral today. David, over to you.
All right, thank you, Rosemary. I'm here with former Conservative leader Erin O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole, Mrs. O'Toole, it's good to see you again. We spoke when we learned that Brian Mulroney had passed away, and you talked about the advice he gave you when you became the Conservative leader. How are you feeling as you come here today to say goodbye?
No, we're very sad and we feel for the family, but I've been saying to colleagues on the bus on the way here, there's such a life to celebrate, and I hope we do that today. Brian Mulroney gave really a lifetime of service to Canada. He was always optimistic about the future of the country, recognized the challenges, but as he always used to say to me, do the best thing for the long term of Canadian families. And I think we need to celebrate that in a world that has a lot of concerns and stresses and populism. You know, taking some lessons from Brian Mulroney in the next few months would be a good idea.
I spoke to his son, Ben Mulroney, yesterday, and he said one of the things he was most proud of about his father was that when it came to his relationships with his political rivals, there was no venom, and there was respect, and there was honor in the end. And he says he'd like today to maybe remind modern politics that that's possible. What are your thoughts on that?
I think Ben's bang on the money. You know, I have some special moments I've talked about where Brian called me at difficult times in our life. He called Rebecca as well. I've been reading Tom Mulcair, journalists, other people that got these calls, and no one was watching. Brian wasn't doing it to get stories written about it. We're only learning about it now because people are sharing how important those calls were. So let's show a little bit more respect and compassion and long-term vision and pride in the country. We've got challenges as a country, but you know, as Brian Mulroney showed, we can do anything. We can lead the world on apartheid, on the response to Ethiopia. So let's draw a bit of inspiration from him in the years to come.
All right, Erin O'Toole, Rebecca O'Toole, thank you for stopping. We'll let you get in out of this now. Thank you very much. Rosemary, former Conservative leader Erin O'Toole and his wife Rebecca, back to you.
All right, thank you for that, David. As you can see from David, it is very, very snowy and damp here in Montreal. Inside, though, that picture you're looking at now, the beautiful basilica here in Montreal where the funeral will take place. And there are already hundreds of people gathering inside to pay tribute to the former Prime Minister. just gorgeous shots. And there'll obviously be lots of music. Music, such an important part of Brian Mulroney's life. We learned this week that he actually recorded a number of songs himself to give to his grandchildren, and one of those songs will be played at this funeral as well. It's been a remarkable week as his casket first lay in state in Ottawa, then traveled here to Montreal to lay in repose, and the Mulroney family stuck with it the whole time, stayed there, stood there, greeted Canadians, spoke with them, listened to them, and felt their respect for their husband, for their father, their grandfather. And earlier this week, I was able to sit down with Brian Mulroney's son, Mark, to tell me what all of this has meant to them. Mark Mulroney, nice to see you.
Thank you.
And my condolences, obviously.
Thank you so much.
To you and your family. How is your mom doing? Because I know that you all got together and celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary last summer.
Thank God we did.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
And how is she doing right now?
I would say my mom made a comment where she said it's, people say that, you were 2 and then, somebody passes away. But my mom actually always viewed themselves. She made the comment right after he passed away that they were 1. They weren't 2, they were 1. So how do I remove something from 1? For her, it's very hard. But my mom she's amazing and she's tough. And you're seeing it. You're seeing it in her resilience. Her feet aren't even hurting her right now. Like she's just... She's up and she's telling us to go and pack your bags, we gotta go, and then we're going to Montreal. She's doing exactly as you would expect my mother to do, but she's even showing a new level of how strong she is and how amazing she is to all of us.
You talked about the phone calls you would get.
Yes.
Because that's all we've heard, really,
Yes.
since he died, the number of people that he called. I was one of those people too. What would he call you for? What was he telling you? What was he, checking in? What was he doing? Yeah.
If he had a mission for that call, you knew it right away. There was no, he wasn't really mincing. He was just right at it. But what I would say is the majority of the calls were just checking in.
Yeah.
What's the good word? Have you spoken to your siblings? You haven't called your mother. Like these are the types of things he would say. And sometimes he would, he knew there was something coming at work and he's like, I know that's important to you. How are you feeling about that? Or, he made a real concerted effort after my wife's father passed away to basically become her surrogate dad. And he called her and they spoke and they'd go off in a corner and laugh about stuff. And I'd say like, what are you talking about? She's like, it's not your business. Your dad and I are talking about something. But he found that time and he was always amazing. And, for us, it was, I think that's what I will miss the most. Is that when I drive home and I'm listening to music, because that's what I like to do, and the phone rings, I turn it off and I speak to Dad, that's what will start to set in over time. It's just that he's not going to be there and that we're not going to be able to have those amazing chats, or when he'd leave me a voicemail, because those voicemails are epic. But for him, I'm so glad he left them, because I have a few of those, and he just, he had a way with words, as everybody knows, but for his children, he could always put things very simply and he could distill things down and he could always basically understand the hardest minute or basically be there for you at the best time.
You have 5 kids with your wife, Vanessa, and I wonder what he told you about being a dad and what he taught you about being a dad, what you've used that has helped you.
I think that there is a very macro parenting that my dad did. My mom was the micro, my dad was macro.
Yeah.
And I think if anything, sometimes we sweat the little things about what kids do. And with 5 kids, as you said, like we could get into a place where, you're annoyed by something they say or whatever, but really you just pull back and you let kids be kids. Now you course correct when things are dramatically off, or if you're just not happy with, let's say, the language they're using or my dad had a big thing for manners at the table. So this was just something that he did, and I'm very thankful for it, but I'm all over my kids for the same thing.
Funny.
But my dad also did eat in 14 minutes an entire meal. Not because he wanted to get away from us, but he wanted to go sit on a more comfy couch and hear what was happening. So.
He also liked a swear word.
Oh God, he was good.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty proficient in that as well.
Are you?
Yes.
Yeah. He passed that along. Listen, it's a difficult week.
Yes.
What is getting you guys through it?
I mean, this is unbelievably beautiful. and I mentioned it to somebody else, but you know, the flags at half-mast get us every time. Like, I was trying to pull into a hotel here, I missed it, and I had to go around, and I literally saw, and Ottawa's particularly heavy in flags.
Sure.
You know, we made the turn, and I must have seen 15 of them, and it's just beautiful. The lineups of people out here, I mean, how could we have ever asked for anything? And I'm sure wherever he is right now, he's smiling down.
What will you be thinking about on Saturday? Because it's a big deal, the funeral, and then you'll go to the graveyard, and it will be sort of a final moment.
Yes.
And what will that feel like for you, do you think?
I don't know exactly, but I will tell you that we are reaching that point where it's a celebration of life as opposed to, you know, something maybe more somber. I think we're at a really nice place where we're celebrating him and we're hearing such amazing stories. And no one could have ever thought there was this many stories that were going to come out. This is next level, and we couldn't be more thankful. Just hearing them and seeing people's reaction to a man that, you know, we knew as a dad, but we saw as a prime minister. It's been one of the prettiest things we've seen.
And in terms of his legacy, which I know is something he thought about too, do you think he would be pleased to see that while there's still people who didn't agree with him and some didn't like him, that people have come around to a lot of his way of thinking?
I think you could be pretty sure he'd be pleased about how his legacy is now being received and what people are saying.
Yeah. Mark, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
That is inside the Notre-Dame Basilica there as people start to gather. Remember, the official proceedings here will get underway with the cortege moving from St. Patrick's at around 10 o'clock and the official ceremony beginning at 11. We're going to hear from a lot of different people as they make their way inside. It's a very snowy, wet day here in Montreal, but people are turning out. They're being bussed in because there are obviously lots of security concerns and making their way down. David Cochrane, though, has a guest with him in the snow, so I won't keep either of them waiting. David.
That's right, Rosemary. I'm standing by with someone who knew Brian Mulroney very well, Peter MacKay, former Conservative leader, former Conservative cabinet minister. We've spoken many times since Brian Mulroney passed. What are your thoughts as you get ready to go into the church today?
Well, it's a somber day, almost a bit surreal, honestly, since his passing. But it's important for Canadians to gather and to stop and to remember the impact that he had on our country, which was enormous. But, you know, personal reflections, I will miss the man. He was somebody that was very present in my life, as he was for many people. And I know being here with my father in some ways closes a circle. Mr. Mulroney came and first ran for office in Central Nova in a riding we both represented. And he became a very strong family friend and confidant. And I know my father and he remained very close throughout their lives.
I saw you helping your father get into the church earlier. I just wonder how he's feeling today. He gave up his seat for Brian Mulroney to run when he became leader of the party. How is he doing today?
Well, he's doing well. I mean, there's been a lot of reflection recently. A lot of his colleagues, sadly, have passed on. And so for him, I'm sure there's a lot of emotions flooding through him, but he definitely wanted to be here and say his final farewell and certainly express condolences to the family. And this is really a monumental moment for a lot of people, to be sure. There's a lot of memories from the last 40 years politically that are tied into the life of Brian Mulroney.
There's been a lot of reflection on Brian Mulroney's legacy since February 29th. What do you hope Canadians take away from what we're about to see here today?
Well, that Canadians are capable of big things. And Brian Mulroney certainly demonstrated that Canada matters in the world, that we need to pull together nationally. He was all about unity, all about keeping Canadians close, reminding us that we have a great country and that we should believe in ourselves. And he certainly had that confidence, and I think that he wanted that sense of confidence and purpose to permeate throughout the country.
Peter MacKay, thank you for stopping in the snow. We'll let you get inside. Thank you so much.
David, thank you. Cheers.
Rosemary, former Conservative leader Peter MacKay, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, David. There are lots of people making their way inside, former and current politicians. It's a real who's who of the political landscape now and then. And there are people who were not always close to Brian Mulroney, people who were on the opposite side of the aisle through his time and beyond, because he did also reach out to those people and work with those people through his time as Prime Minister and after. Remember, he also advised the current Prime Minister as he was dealing with Donald Trump and discussing the new NAFTA. We'll talk more about that through the course of the morning. Kubina, though, I believe you have a guest down where you are.
Thank you, Rosemary. I'm here with Patrick Shea. He used to work with Brian Mulroney at a law firm. Patrick, what can you tell us about your time working with Brian Mulroney?
Well, Mr. Mulroney was a great colleague. I had the privilege of working at the same firm as him, Ogilvy Renault, for 8 years. And my first interaction with him was I was still in law school. I was 24 years old, second-year law student, and I was trying to decide between Ogilvy and a few other firms. And I sat in his office for 40 minutes. First time I ever met him. He had been Prime Minister just 4 years ago. And for 40 minutes, he was extremely generous with his time as he tried to convince me to join his firm. And he was very successful at that because I did join the firm.
When we spoke on the phone earlier this week, you told me about how in the Irish community, he really was influential and he had an influence on you. What kind of influence did he have on you that you want Canadians to know?
Well, he was a very proud Irish Canadian, very proud Canadian, but very proud of his roots. All his ancestors came from Ireland. All his great-great-great-grandparents were Irish. And it was a central part of his identity for his entire life as a young man, as a business person, as a politician, of course, and beyond. For those of us in the Irish Canadian community in Montreal and Quebec and Canada, we're very proud of him. Regardless of our political beliefs, there's a pride in him and what he did on the Canadian stage, the national stage. He was very involved in the Irish community. He was the Grand Marshal of the St. Patrick's Parade in 1980, the third oldest St. Patrick's Parade in the world. He was the honorary chairperson of the St. Patrick's Society Ball in 1978 and 1984. He was the guest speaker of the St. Patrick's Society Luncheon in 2019. He was a director of the society. I was president of that same society years after. So very, very proud of him and what he did, and he was proud of his Irish roots.
Thank you very much, Patrick. As you can hear, Rosie, he had a big influence on the Irish community.
Well, you're speaking to an Irish lady as well, Kubina, so I can appreciate that. A thing I did have in common with the former Prime Minister. David is with another guest now. David.
That's right, Rosie. I'm here with another former Conservative leader and current Conservative House Leader, Andrew Scheer. Mr. Scheer, what are your thoughts as you go in to say goodbye to Brian Mulroney today?
Well, it's a sad day, but it's a fitting tribute to someone who devoted his life to public service, a big part of his life to public service, and who never stopped being interested in members of Parliament, the Conservative Party, its leaders. He was always available for a phone call or for advice, and he was a very warm person. You know, when he made connections with people, it wasn't just transactional. He would remember details years later. He would be interested. He'd want to know how things turned out if you ever shared something with him. And I think that's why there are so many people who are so sad that he's gone, but want to pay homage to his life.
A lot of people, when they got to leadership positions as you did, they talk about speaking with Mr. Mulroney and some advice they may have given them personally on how to approach the job, how to balance things between the demands of politics and their family. Did you ever have a conversation like that with the former leader? What would he have said to you about that?
Yeah, Brian was always he always made sure that you prioritized family. You know, he was a devoted husband and a great father, and he always put his family first, and that was his biggest piece of advice. He said, you know, politics can be up and down, and you can never predict what's going to happen, but you got to make sure that your family is solid there. And then he was another piece of advice that he gave was, you know, to really make connections with your caucus and with your fellow members of Parliament, because you go through thick and thin with them, and there's pressures on every member of the team, and you got to be interested in that and show the team you're leading that you care. And I really tried to take that to heart as well, and also to have a big vision. You know, Brian Mulroney had a big vision for Canada. He made some big changes after Canada was in a very difficult position with high interest rates and high inflation. He brought in free trade, something that most of the establishment in Canada was certainly opposed, and he saw that through. He led, and he led Canada into accepting free trade, and we've benefited from it ever since. So those are kind of the three pieces of advice that have always stuck with me.
Andrew Scheer, thanks for talking. We'll let you get out of this notes. Thank you so much. All right, Rosie, that's former Conservative leader Andrew Scheer. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you for that. David's obviously standing by as other people come in and share their memories and thoughts about Brian Mulroney. We've heard from a few of them already, including from his son, Mark Mulroney, who I sat down with earlier in the week to talk about how the family is dealing with all of this. And I'll just bring in Rob Russo as we look at those pictures from inside the cathedral right now. It has been difficult for the family, Rob, but they are incredibly tight-knit and are leaning on one another, I think, to get through things.
They are. And, you know, this isn't the gathering they'd planned. They'd planned to gather around now. They'd planned to gather in Palm Beach for his 85th birthday. Yep. So while he wasn't in great shape, they thought that they'd have him around still for his birthday, his 85th on March 20th. Instead, they had to celebrate it here in Westmount without him. You know, I'm struck as I watch Andrew Scheer and Peter MacKay, the two different branches.
Yeah, and Aaron O'Toole as well. Yeah.
This is, Mr. Mulroney, I'm sure, would love this. This is an intensely political event. Yeah. Those two branches of the party have been coming together, but still there are fissures there, and there has been work being done during this funeral's preparations to try to stitch those two elements of the party together, and it hasn't always been very easy. I do know Mrs. Mulroney and the family were at Pierre Poilievre's place last Monday for dinner. That was Mark Mulroney, Regan Watts, and others who arranged that, and that's all part of this effort to try to bring them together. But there are elements of the party who were with Mr. Mulroney who still bear grudges. Yes. And there are still some chasms, I think, that need to be bridged as well. And that's happening right there on the floor of the church, and it's been happening the last few days as well.
Yeah, and not everybody got an invite to this funeral. People that maybe worked for Mr. Mulroney spoke to him. Not everybody got invited. I mean, when I talked to Bonnie Brownlee on Tuesday, she obviously worked for the Mulroneys for a long time and is some of their closest friends. She was very honest that there was an enemies list. That was the language she used, that there were people who maybe thought they were going to get invited and simply did not.
The most remarkable one who's not on is, of course, Lucien Bouchard. And he said, when I'm buried at my funeral, make sure that Mr. Bouchard is not allowed in. And yet here he is, an epic reconciliation after a Shakespearean split between the two of them.
Yeah, and there are more people making their way in now. There will also be some celebrities, not just Wayne Gretzky, but I think I can tell you now at this hour that Ryan Reynolds, the Canadian actor, is also on that list. If you remember back to Pierre Trudeau's funeral, it was a who's who at the time as well. And so there is some desire to at least make this as remarkable as that funeral.
Ryan Reynolds is good friends with Ben Mulroney, and he just happened to be filming a movie here in Montreal.
Oh, really?
And so that made his attendance a little bit more convenient. Others, like Wayne Gretzky, who is a friend of the family, flew to Palm Beach after Mr. Mulroney died, and almost insisted on delivering a eulogy. So you know how strongly Wayne Gretzky feels about Brian Mulroney.
Okay, and as we see other people milling about here, remember it does take a while to get 1,300 people or so into the cathedral, and the cortege itself will depart from St. Patrick's Basilica, where Mr. Mulroney has been lying in repose for the past couple of days, and the Mulroney family has been receiving people as they come in, regular Canadians and former politicians and premiers, including Monsieur Bouchard, as Rob talked about there. The cortege will arrive here, and the funeral itself will get underway at around 11. It's expected to last about 2 hours with speeches and music. Let me go back to David Cochrane now. David.
Hi, Rosemary. I'm here with Green Party Member of Parliament and co-leader Elizabeth May, who was an advisor for Brian Mulroney in the 1980s. And Ms. May, when you stood in Parliament last week to ask permission to speak, you said, "I love the former Prime Minister so much, and it will kill me if I don't get to say it out loud." Tell me about that.
It really, when I have to ask for unanimous consent to speak, I'm always holding my breath. So I wanted to make sure that people understood that I wasn't going to say anything partisan. One can't. My friendship with Brian Mulroney was obviously, despite the fact that I was never a member of his party, and he knew that perfectly well. But he cared about this country, and he also understood qualities of leadership that when you say we're going to take on acid rain, he didn't just say it, he did it. I mean, I think it's huge, which I mentioned in Parliament, that the top bilateral issue between Canada and the United States was always acid rain. Every time there was a contact with presidents or vice presidents, it was, what are we going to do to save our lakes and rivers and forests? And then it was almost immediately to ozone layer. And the speech that Brian Mulroney gave at the opening of the first big international climate conference, which was June 1988 in Toronto, Mulroney said, look, we created a law of the sea. Now we need a law of the atmosphere. And the first plank was acid rain. And the second plank was the ozone layer, and now we have to move on to address the threat of global warming. I mean, these aren't things that I'm making up because I've got green-tinted glasses. This was Brian Mulroney's legacy of establishing laws like the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, institutions like the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, substantial achievements, one after the other after the other. It meant a lot to be able to speak to that.
Well, it means a lot for you to stop and speak with us now. We'll let you get inside out of the snow. Elizabeth May, thank you so much.
I think Brian Mulroney's really enjoying seeing some snow today. God bless him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. All right, Rosie, that is Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May.
Okay, David, thank you so much for that. We're seeing other people make their way just behind me there. The Premier of Manitoba, Wab-Kinew. I also saw Serge Savard of the Habs also making his way in. But joining me to my left here is none other than Frank McKenna, former Premier for New Brunswick. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, nice to see you. I'm going to play a little bit of tape here about that will make you cast your mind back to some key moments in your own life, too. Because, of course, Brian Mulroney worked hard on the issue of national unity while he was Prime Minister. Take a look at this.
We are going to make a commitment to unity.
Brian Mulroney had a mission to get Quebec to sign on to the Constitution, hoping to tackle separatist sentiment by labeling the province a distinct society.
It is a special heritage to preserve and protect, and I believe this can best be done within a united Canada.
The Meech Lake Accord failed in part over a lack of input from Indigenous peoples and fears Quebec would get special treatment. His second attempt was rejected in a referendum.
The Charlottetown Agreement is history.
Years of trying to knit regions together pushed some apart. The rise of the Bloc Québécois and the Reform Party split his Conservative coalition.
All right, that certainly makes all of us think about that time, but probably Frank McKenna more than anyone else. I don't know, I introduced you as a former premier. You've had many titles, former ambassador to the U.S. And many other things. What are you thinking about today?
Well, I'm thinking about the man that I got to know over a long period of time through trials and tribulations.
Yes.
You pointed out Meech Lake, and that was an extraordinarily courageous effort by Prime Minister Mulroney to bring reconciliation to Canada, one that failed, and I was part of it, and that is, it's a moment that's seared in my mind in history. But also free trade, GST, acid rain treaty, and in the case of New Brunswick, he paved our roads from one end to the other, and we got the bridge to Prince Edward Island, and I just think of so many good memories, all positive about our relationship, even though we're different political states.
So let me ask you about that, because when I was rereading about Meech, you obviously, there was a period where you were against it because you were concerned about official languages. And was he angry with you at that time? And how many times did he call you to try and convince you that it was going to be okay?
So it's a good question for airing. What we did in New Brunswick was to take the period of time allowed to try to get some improvement on protection for francophones outside Quebec. And New Brunswick being an officially bilingual province, we were the standard bearer for that cause. The problem was that allowed other players to enter the scene who were very, very hostile to the Accord.
Yes.
New Brunswick ended up signing the Accord and supporting the Accord. But during that period of time, to his credit, we never had an uncivil word. And it was never an issue since that time either. We've just been best friends, talk almost every week about different issues, did lots of business together. So that shows a bit of the quality of the man. I saw the same thing with my friend David Peterson, my dear friend, the Premier of Ontario.
He's also here, yeah.
Who was opposed to free trade for reasons that were unique to Ontario. And Brian Mulroney, of course, that was one of his very important initiatives. But he always professed his respect and confidence in David Peterson, and to this day, when conversations we would have, he would ask about David and say that that was a great premier, a great person in this country. So he was that kind of person.
Yeah, yeah. Let's talk a little bit about free trade, because that was also important to you and important in many of your different roles. What was it that made him so determined to see the possibilities of that at a time when it was not popular?
It's interesting you say that, because he had to draw a lot of capital down in Canada in order to do that deal.
For sure.
The rest of the world were envious of us, but in Canada, people were saying, let's free trade and trade Mulroney or something like that. You know, there was a lot of negative sentiment. I think he believed that this was probably the single most transformational public policy issue that would change the trajectory of Canada. And the interesting thing, and it's a lesson for all of those who are in public life today, is that public policy needs to be sustainable. And by that I mean survive through political parties and through political changes in the country. Free trade is now endorsed by every political party in Canada, I believe, and the population in a very enthusiastic way. So that's the true test of good public policy.
Tell me a friend moment when he was there for you or made you laugh, or just something that he did for you personally that made a difference to you.
Well, whenever he would call, either my children or wife would usually answer the phone, and he'd talk to them for 5 or 10 minutes. And I'd walk in and say, you know, what are you doing? Oh, talking to the Prime Minister. But the funniest one was once I was visiting my mother, and he called, and
she called your mother's. Or he called you. Okay.
She called my mother.
Okay.
And I was there.
Right.
But I was on the phone for at least 10 minutes with her. And then I got on the phone, and he said, Frank, what I'm talking to you about now is a national secret, and we cannot have this disclosed because it would cause grave prejudice to the country. And
I think I read this in his memoir.
Yeah, I said, I get that. Anyway, that was fine. We got off the phone, and Mom said, what was that about? And I said, I can't tell you. It's a national secret. She said, well, you should know this is a party line, and everybody's listening.
And it didn't leak out.
The people had no idea of the gravity of what they had just heard.
I want to let you get in there, because as we were kind of joking before, it is a schmooze fest. He would have loved it.
Oh, he would have. Look, I introduced him just numerous times, hundreds of times. And every time he'd call me a couple of days before I'd introduce him, he said, do you have everything? And I told him once, I said, yeah, but I think it's a little too laudatory. He said, don't you worry about that, Frank. He said, I can take a lot. He would have loved this.
Mr. McKenna, a pleasure to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it very much. I'm going to go down to David, who's with a familiar face for us.
Thank you, Rosemary. I'm here with a very familiar face for CBC viewers, our former chief correspondent, Peter Mansbridge, who's attending the funeral today. Peter, you've known Brian Mulroney for a while, covered him for a long time. What are your thoughts going into the church today?
Well, you know, the same kind of thoughts we've been having for the last 3 weeks. You know, he was an incredible guy to cover. There was always some kind of controversy attached to something, whether it was a story or whether it was some kind of action by one of his ministers. There was always something. But he was also a great speaker, right? A great public speaker. He could rouse a crowd. And he was known for the eulogies he'd given. You know, he gave the eulogy for Reagan. He gave a eulogy for Thatcher. Gave a eulogy for George H.W. Bush. And now here today, he's being eulogized by so many of his friends and compatriots. So it'll be a very different kind of moment.
A lot of pressure on those people to live up to the standard he set in those moments.
As I said, he was a great speaker, and that was one of the reasons those people and their families had picked him. to do the eulogies. He was a great friend, but he was a great speaker. And, you know, I got a feeling he'll be up there listening and grading all these speeches as they come by.
All right, Peter, good to see you again. Thank you, sir.
Good to see you, David.
All right, Rosemary, that's CBC's Peter Mansbridge. Back to the CBC's Rosemary Barton.
The difference, of course, now is he can wear a hat when he's out there talking to you, and I'm in here in the tent with no hat. We're going to obviously bring you more guests as they come along. You are looking inside Notre-Dame Basilica in Montreal as people gather for what really is, and the family was saying this week too, yes, a moment to remember Brian Mulroney, but also a celebration of life for Mulroney and the legacy he leaves behind for this country and his family. All 16 of his grandchildren will be there. Of course, his 4 children and their spouses and all those other people. Lots of premiers have made their way in as we've been talking. I saw the premier of Ontario, premier of Manitoba, Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and many others making their way in. Of course, the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, will be here, and he, of course, will be speaking about Mr. Mulroney, who did advise him an awful lot. And Rob, maybe I'll just get you to weigh in on that point, that Mr. Mulroney, and Frank McKenna sort of spoke to it, but he was able to see the value of friendships from other parties, and also how people could be helpful in other parties, and how he could be helpful to them.
You know, it seems that everybody in Canada got a personal phone call from Brian Mulroney. You wonder sometimes how he had time to run the second biggest country on earth. But if you wonder why people are showing up now, 30 years later, through the trials and through the tribulations, it's because he built that loyalty through that connection. That telephone for him was a powerful, powerful weapon.
Yes.
The talks with his mother. He wasn't above saying to the mother, make sure you tell your son or your daughter to support me. They've been giving me some trouble. So he was a very potent force when it came to these conversations. And that's why you'll see the loyalty out there. That's why you'll see these friendships, the ups and the downs, be sustained on that floor of the church today.
Yeah, even through those very difficult moments like Meech Lake, as Frank McKenna was saying, able to get past some of those moments and still maintain friendships and relationships, important professional relationships as well. David has another guest now. We'll speak to another part of Brian Mulroney's life. David, over to you.
Yeah, hi, Rosemary. I'm standing by with Riaz Sheikh, who is the High Commissioner to Canada from South Africa. High Commissioner, it's good to see you again. I spoke with Ben Mulroney yesterday, Brian Mulroney's son, and he told me the #1 thing he felt his father was most proud of was his work against apartheid in South Africa. That was his most proud achievement. How is your country remembering Brian Mulroney?
Well, you know, I just want to say something, you know, in African culture, when it rains, it's considered a good omen, especially for a funeral. I think this is a very good omen for Brian Mulroney now that it's snowing the way it is. It is a saying that, well, people are embracing and the universe is embracing this day. He has done so much for us. We will never forget him. We've given him the award. Not only did he do put his voice against apartheid, argued for the release of Nelson Mandela, took on sanctions, but he also contributed and insisted that the IDRC help us in our transition to understand what we need to do in a democracy. So in many ways, we will always remember Brian Mulroney.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you so much for your time today.
You.
And Rosemary, if I can, I want to bring in another guest, if I can, is Pierre-Karl Péladeau, who is a good friend of Brian Mulroney's, who is also going to be one of the people who speaks in honor of Mr. Mulroney during the service. Mr. Péladeau, thank you for stopping. What are your thoughts as you prepare to go in there today?
Well, you know, I'm not surprised, but I think that, you know, we should see that, you know, the level of recognition for Mr. Mulroney is very high. Is this surprising? I would say no, but it always, you know, réjouissant, I would say. You know, we're happy to see, you know, that population, everyone is there to make sure that we celebrate his accomplishment for the country and for all of us. So, you know, I feel very happy of the outcome. And I'm sure that Mr. Mulroney would really appreciate the way that all this is going on.
He was a tremendous orator and known for giving remarkable eulogies, and you've been asked to perform that role here today. There's got to be some pressure to live up to the standards he set over the years.
You're right. You're right. Well, I've been in politics also for a small portion of my life. I'm not going to say I'm used to it, but I did it a few times. But you're right to say that the pressure, I guess that you're sleeping in your mind. I'm not saying that you're going to repeat what you say, but you think about it, and you're right, because Mr. Mulroney was there for President Reagan, and I don't think that there were a lot of Canadians that will be at funerals of American presidents. And again, I guess that this is at the level of the person, of the man, who had been able, to give to enlarge the footprint of Canada worldwide. And I guess that, as all Canadians, we should be proud of that.
Can you give us some idea of what you're going to touch on in there, what you're going to say in this eulogy?
Well, you'll see. I'm not going to say watch me, but you'll see. Yeah.
Is there one memory you'd like to share about your friend, about the former Prime Minister, before we let you go? One thing that stands out, it's been weeks of reflection and assessing his legacy and the big things he did and tried to do during his time in power. What do you want us to know about your friendship with Brian Mulroney?
Well, there's so many things, that I can say. So his involvement, for sure in the company was something that, we benefit. But I would say that, as a politician, as someone who's invested himself in politics, the greatest realization would be that, his fight against apartheid. And for me, again, I was referring earlier again about the international footprint that gave to Canadians, we were all proud that we participate in moving the mankind in this direction, getting rid of one of probably the unholy regime that was on earth, and moving, to get for everyone prosperity and moving in a better direction.
Mr. Péladeau, thank you for stopping in the snow, and good luck with the eulogy in there today. Thank you so much. Rosemary, that was Pierre-Karl Péladeau, and before that, Riaz Sheikh, the High Commissioner from South Africa to Canada.
Great work. Thank you, David. Of course, Pierre-Karl Péladeau was at once the leader of the Parti Québécois, a separatist, someone that Brian Mulroney was still friendly with, as we were talking about how his friendship and his desire to know people stretched across all different parties and all different people. One of those people who worked with him closely is Paul Tellier, the former clerk of the Privy Council. From what years were we saying, Mr. Tellier?
1985, 6 months after he came to power, until 1992.
Wow. And pretty incredible years in terms of the things that you got done.
There were. Yeah. There were.
What to you was the most challenging? Was it free trade? Was it...
For me, it was Beach Lake.
Beach Lake.
In many different ways. His desire to do something, to be successful. He was so driven. He was not ready to give up, and so on. And he thought that it was very important for him to succeed. He knew it was a long shot. It was not going to be easy in certain parts of the country, and he never gave up. And when there was, an opponent who was criticizing what he was trying to do, would phone in the morning and he would say, what do you think of this argument? Or what do you think of, going forward in that fashion, and so on.
He must have made your job hard.
He was,
because he was ambitious, he was challenging, he was determined, he was stubborn.
Yes, but in 7 years, he never raised his voice with me, ever. And when he hired me, he said, "You think you can work with me?" I said, "That's the wrong question. Can you work with me?" And I said, "I'm going to tell it to you exactly the way I feel." And I've done that, every time that I spoke to him, good news, bad news. Of course, he was not always following my advice.
No.
But he was always receptive, always ready to listen. And he had a tremendous sense of humor. So as a result, it was very demanding. There was a period one day, I don't remember what was the crisis. We went to the Laurentians. I went to the Laurentians with the family, and between December 23rd and the 3rd of January, over 60 phone calls. It was a crisis. I don't remember what it was, and so on. But he was always so pleasant. My wife would answer the phone. I apologize to you, Andre, and so on. The same with my daughter, Claude, or how are you doing at university? And Mark, are you still playing a lot of sports? And so on. It was just amazing.
Yeah, just so people understand, the clerk is not a partisan role. It's you're the top bureaucrat to advise the Prime Minister. So he sought your advice, but you were not loyal to him. Your job was to help him govern.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I was pushing too much, he would say, Paul, I've got 2 jobs. I'm the Prime Minister of Canada and I'm the leader of the party. And my answer would be, I'm being paid to advise the Prime Minister of Canada. You got a staff, your office to advise you, as in your responsibilities as leader of the party and so on. And he was making that distinction extremely well, and I never had any problem.
Did you stay friends?
Yes, we kept in touch. Yeah, we kept in touch, and yes, and such a beautiful family. And I see Mrs. Mulroney these days, standing there, 4 days in a row, having a nice word for everybody, hugging some close friends and so on. Just amazing. And, his sense of values. When I saw Mrs. Mulroney on Thursday, I said to her, he was very lucky to have you.
Yeah.
He was very lucky, and she played a big role.
Well, I was lucky to have you too. Mr. Tellier, thank you for coming by and sharing some of that. Really appreciate it. Nice to see you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Now I'll throw things back to David Cochrane with a guest.
Rosemary, I'm here with federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Mr. Singh, what are your thoughts today as you go in to say goodbye to Brian Mulroney?
I mentioned this in my speech in Parliament, and I again think about the 2 really significant things that I mentioned in my speech were the fact that he really prioritized the environment at a time when it wasn't popular to do so. To fight against acid rain and to protect the ozone layer were pretty remarkable, and led the global charge really, and that was significant. And I also thought his focus on making sure Quebec felt included in building a nation to make sure all parts of the country felt like they belonged was particularly significant to me.
I spoke to his son yesterday, and one of the things Ben Mulroney told me he hopes comes out of this is that people look at the way Brian Mulroney conducted himself, his close relationships with his political rivals, and that it wasn't venomous, but there was decency and honor, and that he hopes it can be a lesson for politics today. Do you think that would be a good thing for people to take away from this?
Oh, absolutely. I actually mentioned this in my speech. I said that he was a progressive conservative, and something that we would find pretty normal at the time. He respected the tough questions he got from journalists. He respected the media. And that's not something we can say for conservatives these days. And I think that's pretty notable that someone that's well respected now as a former prime minister led with that example of not only respecting opponents, but also understanding the important job that tough questions are asked, and to respect that. That's something I hope that is conveyed today and others learn from.
Jagmeet Singh, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Rosemary, that's federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Back to you.
David, thank you for that. As you were speaking to Mr. Singh, the Mulroney family is making its way to the front of the Basilica. Mila Mulroney, her daughter Caroline, and some of the grandchildren are speaking there. I think we are just going to the current Conservative leader with David. David.
Okay. Today we're here to honor a great Canadian, a great Quebecer, and most of all, a great father. I have to say at the outset, I'm incredibly impressed with the endurance of the Mulroney family, who, while suffering and living with the grief of losing their father and husband, stood on their feet to welcome every single Canadian that wanted to pay their respects to Brian Mulroney. They said if these people are prepared to wait in the cold and stand in line, we're going to stand on our feet for 15 or 20 hours straight to greet them. And that's because he was a family man. He was deeply loyal to his family. He raised 4 incredible kids, now has 16 incredible grandkids. He came from modest beginnings as a son of an electrician in a mill town, but rose to be Prime Minister, which I think is a symbol of Canada, that anyone from anywhere can do anything. And that's the country that we want for all of our kids and grandkids. Thank you.
His son Ben said his greatest achievement was probably his work on apartheid. Others talk about his commitment to the environment. What's your sense of the most important accomplishments Brian Mulroney had during his time as Prime Minister?
Hard to narrow it down. On the world, it was standing for freedom, whether in siding against communism and with freedom in the Cold War, or fighting apartheid in South Africa, for which Nelson Mandela personally came to Canada to credit him. And at home, it was to unshackle our economy by privatizing and reducing the size of the state and opening up our country to free enterprise and free trade.
What's his impact on the modern conservative movement?
Pardon?
Pour votre formation politique, pour le Parti conservateur, c'est quoi son legs, M.
Mais moi, je pense qu'il a lancé un consensus de gros bon sens en 1984 en réduisant le rôle de l'État fédéral.
What is his legacy in your opinion?
De déréglementation et couper la paperasse, réduire les taxes pour les travailleurs et les entreprises. C'est la même chose dont on a besoin aujourd'hui. C'est la liberté
He
économique
reduced
qui va nous relancer.
paper burden,
Et un État fédéral.
and he did a lot of the things that we need now.
The modern conservative movement.
Well, massive. I mean, you think about it, when he took office in 1984, it was exactly the same situation we have today. People were losing their homes. We had high inflation, high interest rates, high unemployment. The federal government had destroyed certain industries. People were living in despair. He turned that around by reducing the size of government, opening up free enterprise and free trade, standing up against communism around the world. He kicked off a 30-year-long consensus that brought prosperity to the country, a consensus that common sense conservatives today seek to restore. Yeah, I used to call him every 6 or 7 weeks and get his advice. He would tell me a lot of tricks for the trade. Well, he was a master at keeping his team united, and he went through very difficult times because often his policies, though they were right, were not popular at the time. And he had to get 150, 200 caucus members to stick with him as they were facing hardship in their constituencies. And he laid on the Irish charm every week. He said his week started Wednesday morning when his caucus would meet. And I think that warmth and that personal care for every single person he knew was the reason he kept people so united. Dans plusieurs sens. Premièrement, comme père de famille, ma femme me rappelle tout le temps que Brian Mulroney est un grand exemple. On a vu les commentaires de Mark Mulroney qui a dit que n'importe quand dans la journée, il pouvait appeler son père pour
My wife reminds me constantly that she was influenced by the Mulroney family, and she spoke to his son, and of course he was a great example as a father. He was able to do great things. Free trade, for example, fighting apartheid, and all of that. You know, he said, when you have an opportunity to become Prime Minister, if I'm lucky enough to do that, I'm going to do great things.
His ability to keep the caucus together, the size of it. I spoke to his son Ben yesterday, and he talked about when people watch this funeral today and assess Mr. Mulroney's legacy, they think about how he also talked to his political opponents, the decency he had to call to pay tribute to Ed Broadbent from his hospital room when he was dealing with his own health challenges. I wonder what your thoughts are on that and what lessons modern politics could take from Mr. Mulroney.
Well, I mean, it's a mixed lesson. He was obviously he was a fighting Irishman when he took to the center stage in politics, and he ran a very vigorous and aggressive campaign in 1984, and people might forget that now, but that's probably why he won such a grand majority. Thank you. Wait.
Okay, some thoughts from the current leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, as Brian Mulroney's coffin has now getting ready to leave St. Patrick's Basilica and make its way to where we are. The family is there at that cathedral now and will accompany him in the cortege, in the procession through the streets of Montreal as he makes his way to where we are. Some interesting thoughts there from Pierre Poilievre, Rob, as we watch these pictures, remarkable pictures of the family and the casket. Pierre Poilievre, who has, as he said, sought advice from Mr. Mulroney, and Mr. Mulroney, again, has willingly given the advice to the new Conservative leader, as he has to all the Conservative leaders. Whether he had issues with them or not, he believed in the party, and he wanted to make sure that it would survive.
Yeah, and it's interesting that this relationship really developed through Marc Mulroney.
Yeah.
Marc Mulroney became friends with Mr. Poilievre. They speak regularly. Very few people would be surprised if Marc Mulroney didn't have some kind of role in a Pierre Poilievre government, should he be elected.
I asked him, he didn't rule it out, but he said he also likes his job. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And the truth is he'd have to take a pay cut with 5 kids to support. But again, there's an effort being made by Mr. Poilievre to bring that element, that progressive conservative element, into the fold as well. Something Stephen Harper tried to do as well by bringing Peter MacKay in.
Yeah.
That effort is going on today. That's happening right now. It's an effort that's assiduous, and it hasn't stopped during the funeral for Mr. Mulroney. It's accelerated.
Let's just look again at some of the pictures of the Mulroney family as they make their way now behind the casket to begin the procession down the streets of Montreal to where we are. These have been long and difficult days for the Mulroney family. As we've been saying, they've been standing there receiving people for 4 days, talking to regular Canadians and to former politicians and friends of the family. Really taking the time to spend time with them. Now you're going to start to see, though, the whole Mulroney family, which is impressive, not only because he has those 4 children, but there are 16 grandkids, all of whom will be part of this ceremony today. No matter how young, they range in age, and no matter how young, they will all be featured there because family was very important to Mr. Mulroney. You also saw there in that shot his former photographer, Bill McCarthy, who we featured on our show on Tuesday, who followed the Mulroney family around and captured Mr. Mulroney in some of the key moments in his job as Prime Minister, and the family asked him to specially come back to help cover this moment in their lives as well. He gave us some really moving thoughts about what the Mulroneys meant to him as well as he did that work, Rob.
Bill, yeah, I'm a contemporary of Bill.
Yes.
First of all, the remarkable connection to the current Prime Minister.
Yes.
Bill's son, Adam Scotty, is the official photographer to Justin Trudeau. But Bill was almost seen as the amiable play pal of the Mulroney children. I have fond memories of them playing with him in the aisles of the 707, the Prime Minister's jet at the time. They would jump into his arms, and he'd carry them around when their father couldn't carry them around when they were youngsters. So it's a wonderful connection. And yes, the family is undoubtedly fatigued, but they say they've drawn real sustenance from the last 4 or 5 days, and they've been surprised. They've been delighted, because the verdict on Mr. Mulroney is, as we know, ambiguous at times.
Yes.
History is ambiguous.
Yes.
But they have been delighted by what they've heard over the last 4 days, and quite frankly, they've been surprised.
Yes. His legacy is a complicated one, and he knew that all too well, as well, in his own memoirs. Wrote a number of times about mistakes that he made, as well as the things, of course, that he accomplished or tried to accomplish and didn't succeed at.
We saw.
All right, and that is the beginning of the funeral procession that will begin now from St. Patrick's, which is not too far from where we are in downtown Montreal. We're in the old part of Montreal, and it'll make its way here to the Notre-Dame Basilica, along with the family, of course, who will be accompanying the casket. We've talked about this through the morning, but one of the biggest pieces of Brian Mulroney's legacy that was difficult at the beginning, even he wasn't in favor at the very beginning, is, of course, the free trade agreement with the United States. Here's a look now at what happened, how it happened, and why it was mattered to him.
This famous moment between Brian Mulroney and Ronald Reagan signaled a shift in relations that laid the groundwork for a free trade agreement between Canada and the U.S.
Canada is open for business again.
Free trade became the central issue of the 1988 election.
I just feel that we lost. When the dice was thrown against the wall, we lost.
No more red tape, no more borders, nothing. It's going to be just great.
Just a few years later, another bold move. Mulroney brought in the GST, and his popularity sank, and the Liberals took power.
We'll have a tax reform that will include the GST.
But the tax remains.
One of the central people behind some of those decisions and advising the former Prime Minister, as well as a close friend, Brian Mulroney's former Chief of Staff, who's with David Cochrane now. David.
That's right, Rosie. I'm standing by with Derek Burney, former Chief of Staff, as you said, former Ambassador to the United States, and today, sir, an honorary pallbearer for your former boss and good friend. What are your thoughts today?
Well, a lot of memories, a lot of wonderful memories of my time with Mr. Mulroney. We had some big deals, we had some big events, but it was a very exciting time, very demanding time for me, working for a Prime Minister with that kind of energy and that kind of vision and that kind of courage. It was something was probably the most important part of my life.
When you look back to 1988 and that election and how contentious and how controversial free trade was, and then you fast forward to 2016 when Donald Trump wanted to renegotiate the deal and the country rallied and Brian Mulroney was a big part of that. What are your thoughts on the shift in public opinion on that and Brian Mulroney's roles in both stages of that?
Well, on free trade, I mean, it was a bold move on his part, a courageous move, because the country was divided. A lot of people were apprehensive about getting too close to the Americans. But he genuinely believed that it was in our best long-term interests. Our economy was kind of flatlining. We were a branch plant economy. We knew that we had to compete toe-to-toe with the Americans if we expected to compete in a rapidly expanding world. And so that was and you're right, it was a very controversial issue. But I think one of my best memories today is that the whole attitude about free trade, which had carried a stigma in the 80s, is gone. I mean, Canadians are unadulterated supporters of free trade across the board. So that's, that proves the point.
Your other role today, as I said, is as an honorary pallbearer. Just your personal thoughts on Mr. Mulroney as you're prepared to say goodbye.
Well, he was a remarkable leader. He was a remarkable boss. He was a very genial person. I mean, he was not, a table thumper by any means. He was very genial in his dealings with his staff. He was demanding, no question about it. I mean, it's a high energy job being Prime Minister of Canada, and he worked it consistently, not only domestically, but internationally. I mean, Canada had a voice in the world when we had Brian Mulroney. We had a role in the world. We were relevant on the issues of the day, whether it was the unification of Germany, the first Gulf War, the collapse of the Soviet Union. I was at a G7 meeting with him in London when Mikhail Gorbachev came to meet with the G7, and he basically said, "I need your help." Each of the leaders give a set-piece response to Gorbachev. Mulroney engaged him. He said, "Now you said it was going to be difficult for you to reduce the size of your military. How many troops do you think George Bush has on the Canadian border?" Gorbachev looked at him and said, "I don't know." He said, 0. And that's what it could happen to you if you continue on your path to democracy in the Soviet Union. It was extraordinary. He could get along with people everywhere. He was a people person. That will be my happiest memory. I remember having coffee with him in a restaurant, I think in Red Deer, and a lady came over to our table and she said, "Didn't you used to be Brian Mulroney?" He said, "Yes, and I still am." Well, that's how he got along with people, though. He had a great sense of humor. A wonderful man. So I have happy memories today. Obviously, I miss him. I miss his voice. He had a voice like no one else. You always knew when you answered the phone, when you heard that voice, you knew who he was anyway. So very happy memories. Delighted that the tributes that are coming in are across the board positive, because he did a lot of great things for Canada and for Canada in the world.
Derek Burney, thank you for sharing your memories about your friend. Thank you so much for stopping in this night.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
David, thank you for that, and please thank Mr. Burney as well. You talk about someone who knew Mr. Mulroney awfully well and did some incredible things himself in terms of Mr. Burney's own public service. Lovely to hear some of those incredible stories. It is a cold, snowy, damp day in Montreal, in some ways fitting for this moment and for the pictures you're looking at now. The funeral procession making its way through the streets of one of Mulroney's hometowns, of course, born in Baie-Comeau, but this is where he raised his family here and in Ottawa, and where he still has a residence now. the casket and the family making their way here to Notre-Dame Basilica, along with, of course, the honor guard from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This the beginning of the official part of this ceremony. The bells behind me tolling 84 times. Brian Mulroney died at the age of 84. And as we watch the funeral cortege make its way through the streets of one of Brian Mulroney's favorite places, Montreal, let's go now to the place where he was born, where his family was and where he was raised. Radio-Canada's Charles-Étienne Drouin is in Brian Mulroney's hometown of Baie-Comeau, Quebec this morning. Charles-Étienne, how are they remembering Mr. Mulroney there?
So right now they're gathered in the Church of Saint Amélie here in Baie-Comeau on the North Shore. As you know, Brian Mulroney was self-describing himself as the little guy from Baie-Comeau. It was really important for him to make sure that he gets some calls and gets some news from the people here. So there's about 100 people here that are gathering, and they're, as you can see behind me, they're watching live the funerals that is being held right now in Montreal. It's a way for them to commemorate Brian Mulroney, like I said, that did a lot of things for the region. And so we're going to be here all day long to make sure that we're getting you the news that are happening here in Baie-Comeau on the North Shore. Rosemary, back to you.
Charles-Étienne, thank you so much for being there and for doing that. Obviously, Baie-Comeau was a very central part of Brian Mulroney and who he was and who he became. So merci beaucoup. As we wait for the cortege to make its way here to where we are at Notre-Dame Basilica, many more dignitaries and politicians arriving. The Premier of Quebec has just arrived, Jean Charest, who's delivering one of the eulogies. That, of course, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, John Manley also making their way into the cathedral for the funeral today. We've heard many times from Chrétien since the passing of Mr. Mulroney about what a formidable rival he was. There's Jean Charest making his way in. Jean Charest became, in some ways, a protege of Mr. Mulroney's because he started his political career very, very young. And the two became very close friends through their lives, and that's why Jean Charest has been chosen to speak today about his mentor and friend. Brian Mulroney. We're still waiting for the current Prime Minister to arrive, as well as some other dignitaries. The family, of course, following the casket of Mr. Mulroney through those snowy streets of Montreal today. Let's listen in to Justin Trudeau right now.
Il aimait. Il y avait énormément d'amis à travers le pays. Il a marqué notre histoire avec un leadership et un service remarquables.
Remarkable leadership and service.
Il y a eu un énorme impact, mais même je suis à
He had a
4 ans,
huge
quand il m'aidait
impact,
à
and I remember
renégocier la
several
LENA,
years ago when he helped me
il a
to
démontré
negotiate,
sa passion pour ce
renegotiate
pays,
the
son
NAFTA
ambition
agree.
pour les Canadiens.
He had great ambition for Canada and for Canadians, and we will remember him for a very long time.
First and foremost of Brian Mulroney's family, of all those who loved him. He had many, many friends across the country from all different perspectives. His dedication to Canada, to Canadians, was legendary. He shaped our history, got the big things right. He had a huge impact 40 years ago. He had a huge impact 4 years ago as he helped Canada and me negotiate through a very challenging time with our free trade deal with the United States. We will remember him and his example of leadership a long time.
Son investissement le plus important, d'après vous?
Justin Trudeau making some comments before he enters the Basilica that Brian Mulroney did great things 40 years ago and 4 years ago when he helped Trudeau's government renegotiate NAFTA with Donald Trump, who Brian Mulroney knew a little bit and so was able to help Liberals navigate that very challenging negotiation period. Of course, Justin Trudeau, one of the people who will be delivering a speech honoring the former Prime Minister today in the very same cathedral where he made his sort of political debut, if you will, when he eulogized his own father all those many years ago. Rob, any thoughts on what you heard there from the former Prime Minister?
A couple of things.
Yeah.
First of all,
The current Prime Minister, I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the eulogy, this is going to be where Justin Trudeau, in many ways, launched his own political
Yes,
career.
yeah.
That eulogy was built along with Jerry Butts, his friend, who's also there today, helped write it, launched his career. He made a very important reference to the free trade discussions 4 years ago. Brian Mulroney, with Derek Burney, went to see Donald Trump shortly after he was elected, before he was sworn in, to try and get some intelligence. Derek Burney arranged the meeting, and initially, according to a book by Lawrence Martin that's going to be renewed presidents and prime ministers in a little while, Brian Mulroney thought that Trump would grow into the job, that he would get into the majesty of the White House and the Oval Office, and he would grow into the job. And he told Lawrence Martin in one of the last interviews he did in November that didn't happen, that they maintained this friendship, but that Mulroney was able to go back and forth with Trump. In the initial meeting, Derek Burney tells his story. He went to him and he said, Trump asked him, what do you think I should do on free trade? And he said, tell me what it is you want to do. And Mulroney didn't say anything because he didn't like the answer very much. But this was a man who knew, who was a great speaker, but he knew when not to say very much.
Yeah.
He took the intelligence, brought it back to Canada, and along with Derek Burney and the current Prime Minister's people, worked out a plan. But they knew right then, right at the beginning after that first meeting, that they were going to have problems with Donald Trump.
And that also then speaks to what Mr. Mulroney cared the most about, which was really the good of the country, as well as a key piece of his own legacy. Let's listen in to a little bit of this procession as it makes its way through the streets of Montreal, now with the military band and the RCMP. All right, you're looking there at the cortege, the funeral procession, as it makes its way through those snowy streets of Montreal down to the Notre-Dame Basilica where we are. You should know that where we are, there is a large security perimeter because of the nature of so many of the guests here. So the public can't get too close to where we are, but they are allowed to be along the streets as the former Prime Minister's casket and family makes its way along the streets. And that's inside the cathedral, where there are some undoubtedly extraordinary conversations happening between political peers, allies, and foes who have all gathered here to honor one man today. Kavina Oduro is down where that procession just passed with a guest.
Yes, Rosemary, the cortege is just passing. I'm here with Reina Martin. Reina, how are you feeling being able to watch this unfold?
It is very emotional. It's an honor, actually, and I am grateful to be able to be here and to be so close to share and live live this situation today.
Earlier when we were speaking, you said that you wanted to learn more about politics because of Mr. Mulroney. Why was it important for you to do that?
Well, at the age in way back when he started in '84, I was finishing college, and to educate and further know about our country, I think he made that very accessible and available to us while preserving and protecting going forward our country. With his humility and capacity intellectual, we were able to learn a lot from him, yes.
And how was your visit when you went to pay your respects while he was laying in repose?
Yesterday, I was able to visit, as all the citizens here, and Canadian people and whoever wanted to visit. The family greeted us one by one, very openly. Mrs. Mulroney was fantastic, accessible as well, and laughing just as to greet the positiveness and the input of memories that we had in sharing. That was amazing from the family.
Thank you very much, Reina.
Thank you.
And Rosemary, Reina is just one of the many people who stopped on the street to watch the cortege go by.
Okay, Cubino, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And for you standing there in the snow as well. You'd have to think that if it were not quite these conditions for the end of March in Montreal, there might be more people out on these streets, but it is particularly cold and damp. And so that likely also affecting the kind of turnout we're seeing today, although hundreds, thousands did show up to pay their respects to the Prime Minister, both lying in state in Ottawa and lying in repose here in Montreal. We are waiting for some more dignitaries to arrive here at the Basilica before things get underway at the top of the hour. But we've heard from many people, obviously, Conservative leaders, current and former, the Prime Minister, and others with close relationships with Brian Mulroney. I want to talk perhaps for a moment, Rob, about Mila Mulroney, because she was just mentioned there by Kubina's guest. And they've been married 50 years and celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary last summer with the family. And I don't know someone who spoke as often about his wife in political speeches as Brian Mulroney. I mean, I think we understand the kind of partnership that it was.
Yeah, and she was a very, very effective campaign weapon.
Yes.
Traveled everywhere with him, and in some ways bore the cost of that campaigning. I was with him a couple of times, once in Moncton, New Brunswick, and another time in Vancouver, where people who were opposed to the free trade agreement started swinging signs, and one of them got her in the back. So she wasn't afraid to get in there and mix it up. She wasn't also afraid to tell her husband at times when he was wrong.
Yeah.
He admitted that she was the first and last person that he spoke to about what he might do during a day and how it had gone. And she would tell him sometimes when she thought he was wrong. Never in public, of course. Unswerving support, but a very, very effective campaigner.
Yeah, and a confidant, an advisor, and as much a political animal as Brian Mulroney, I would suggest. And of course, they had a long and deep love affair. She met him when she was just 18. They were engaged and married shortly after, and had four children throughout all of this, who also became part of the political atmosphere. We'd seen some pictures just before there. I'm not sure if people caught it, but Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister, also inside the cathedral now, shaking hands with Justin Trudeau. We've been talking about how much Mr. Mulroney would love today. He would love the pomp and circumstance of what you're seeing on your screen there. But he sure would have loved to see Justin Trudeau and Stephen Harper shake hands too, Rob. That was all kind of stuff that putting people in a room that may or may not like each other and getting them to talk, that was kind of who he was too.
It's remarkable. There are certain remarkable strands. The media. Let's talk about us for a second. We don't like to talk about us, believe it or not. But there are a lot of reporters in there which we will probably never see again at an occasion like this. Brian Mulroney, by my count, hired 8 reporters. Everybody from Bill Fox to Bruce Phillips, who was the bureau chief at CTV, everybody from Luc Lavoie to Gilbert Lavoie from
he made them into his staff.
And so why? Because he had great admiration and affection for reporters and was never so disappointed when they started engaging in what is the normal adversarial role that reporters play. He was so concerned that Stanley Hart used to say, 10 minutes after Peter Mansbridge, our former colleague, would go on the air, Stanley would call him to complain about the CBC. And the joke was that he probably had speakers in his pillow in his bedroom so that he could listen to the news all night. But, he also, that adversarial relationship got to the point where he tried to get one of my colleagues and predecessors, Elie Alboim, fired at one point because he was unhappy with the CBC. And he was one of the first people to seek the prosecution of a journalist, and that was Doug Small at Global, who managed to get a hold of a budget before it was delivered in 1989. But this love-hate relationship with the media, fascination, surrounding himself with reporters, and here they are, including people that tormented him. People like Bob Fife, who he called a kneecapper, developed a great relationship with Bob afterwards, and Bob's at the funeral, along with Peter and other reporters as well.
Yeah, he really disliked the media through a large time of his time as Prime Minister. I read at one point he didn't hold a press conference in Ottawa for 3 years because he was so angry with the press gallery for how they were portraying him and believed that it was that was contributing to how Canadians felt about him. I mean, that's, most prime ministers have difficult relationships with the media on any day, but he really, it was challenging for him. But he came back around. He did, and he wanted to talk to the media too at times. Should just let viewers know that behind where we are, the Governor General has arrived, Mary Simon, along with her husband. So that means that we are getting close to all the dignitaries being in there. There she is, Mary Simon and Whit Fraser, her husband, making their way into the Basilica. Haven't seen Wayne Gretzky yet because I know lots of people are keeping their eyes out for him. So maybe he gets to arrive after the Governor General, or maybe he's already inside.
He's undoubtedly going over his lines.
Yes, yes.
Not a natural speaker, but a man who insisted on speaking today.
Oh, I'm told that Ryan Reynolds and Gretzky have been spotted. They just maybe didn't go through right behind me, where I would have demanded interviews of both of them. The cortege is just paused here, regrouping to get from where they are down to where we are, which is close, if you know Montreal. It's kind of the old part of Montreal, close to the port and the river. And once things get underway, you will see the honorary pallbearers, Derek Burney being one of them. Pierre-Karl Péladeau will be speaking there. Here's the Governor General making her way in to sit beside the Prime Minister. There's some former Governor Generals as well behind. Adrienne Clarkson, I see. Joe Clark, the former Prime Minister, sitting there. Premier François Legault also up to greet the Governor General.
Everybody in that room, if I may, Rosemary, is interested in power. And if you want to try and gauge the power of the people in there, you look at the front row and you go backwards on both sides. On the right side is the family, and proximity to them is proximity to power and their closeness to the Mulroney family. On the left side is current political power. You go backwards from there to business titans, and at the very back are sort of invited guests who are like us, maybe media and some other people who might have known or worked for Mr. Mulroney. And we must say that he had a fair hand in what's happening today.
Yes, he did.
He chose every one of those pallbearers.
Yeah.
He let them know in advance that he was going to choose them. So you're really seeing Brian Mulroney's stamp on this as well, what's happening today.
And there are a lot of business leaders who are in attendance as well, because, of course, Mr. Mulroney had a very successful business career before he became a politician. He's president of the Iron Ore. But then also after, he advised world leaders, business leaders around the world, and that's how he worked after he left as prime minister in 1993. And so you'll see families connected to Molson, Rogers, Galen Weston from Loblaws and others. They are all present as well, because these are all people that he had interactions. And there's the great one. We were wondering where he was, Wayne Gretzky, and his wife, I believe, and to her left, Ryan Reynolds, who apparently Rob says is here shooting a movie in Montreal. I didn't even know that, so look at you.
Well, as you know,
Pauline Marois, former Premier of Quebec, Philippe Couillard, former Premier of Quebec, also in attendance, which also I think, Pauline Marois, obviously a separatist leader. I think that's so interesting too, Rob, that there are so many leaders, former leaders of movements that were working against what Brian Mulroney was working towards. That's so interesting that they still saw value in one another, you know?
You know, I asked Rick Morgan, his former executive assistant, tell me about Brian Mulroney in a couple of words. And he said, rassembleur, mobilisateur. A man who brought people together, disparate elements of people together, and then mobilized them, got them organized and heading towards a certain goal. And they were people, you know, separatists. He would rage against the separatists, but he brought them into his tent. It was a stunner when René Lévesque decided to, hey, I'll give federalism another chance because this guy, Brian Mulroney, is telling me it might work. That's the kind of guy that Mulroney was. He would reach out to disparate elements, bring them together, and then mobilize them.
And it's also part of why the Lucien Bouchard betrayal, that's the language he used, was so deep and so powerful for him. Because, of course, Lucien Bouchard as Meech was falling apart, sent a telegram to support the sovereigntists on the anniversary of the 1980 referendum, and was essentially had to be fired by one of his closest friends.
I don't think that there was anything that brought him more torment or anguish than the betrayal of Mr. Bouchard. And I will never forget the day afterwards when they squared off against each other for the first time in the House of Commons. Mr. Bouchard, on the opposition bench, looking very strange there, said to Mr. Mulroney, what you're doing with Meech is a negation of everything that we worked together for 40 years. And Mr. Mulroney looked back at him and said, I know what we worked for together, and I know because I brought you into this, I created you as a political entity, and I'm going to go ahead without you. Raw emotions, raw nerves, right there on the floor of the House of Commons.
And of course, Lucien Bouchard in the cathedral today, because the two men did reconcile after decades of not speaking at all. Let's listen in a little bit to the procession here as it winds its way to where we are. you're looking there on the left of your screen, the honorary pallbearers, as they are gathering for the arrival of the casket here where we are at Notre-Dame Basilica. Part of those honorary pallbearers, Derek Burney, who we heard from earlier, Paul Desmarais Jr., Yves Fortier, all people that worked with Mr. Mulroney, were friends of Mr. Mulroney's, a cousin, David Foster, the Canadian musician, Bill Fox, who we talked about earlier, who was part of his communications team, as was Luc Lavoie, Elian MacDonald, who wrote his speeches, Pierre-Karl Péladeau, Guy Pratt, whose father was close to Mulroney, and Pratt went on to become a lawyer for Mulroney during the Karl-Heinz Schreiber affair, and others. A long list of honorary pallbearers there standing outside as the cortege now begins to arrive just behind where we are.
Dress, 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 dress. Prepare to raise, raise. Prepare to inward hand, hand. Prepare to shoulder, shoulder. Prepare to dress right, dress, 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 dress. Prepare to slow march, march, inside, outside, outside, in. Prepare to halt, halt. Prepare to dress forward, dress, dress. Prepare to step, 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 step. Prepare for slow march, march, inside, outside, in. Halt, halt. Prepare for inward turn, turn. Prepare to half lower, lower. Prepare to lower, lower.
Okay, and the pallbearers, the honorary pallbearers, will now take either side of the casket, and they will make their way in with the RCMP honor guard and the family following along behind Mr. Mulroney. We're going to let you listen in to the funeral in its entirety now, and we'll come back after. You're watching the state funeral for the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. I'm Rosemary Barton.
Les mots nous manquent, Seigneur. Nous sommes dans l'épreuve. Accepte notre silence comme une prière pour Brian Mulroney, que tu connais et que tu aimes. His path now leads him to you. Welcome him into the brightness and peace of your kingdom. And may your love be for us light on the road, until the day you gather us to you forever and ever. Amen. Au nom du Père et du Fils et du Saint-Esprit,
Amen.
la paix soit avec vous.
Et avec votre esprit.
If we are gathered here today in this church, it is to surround with our affection, our sympathy and friendship those who are in sorrow. I'm thinking in particular of Mila Mulroney, the wife of Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister of Canada, and his 4 children, Caroline, Benedict, Mark, and Nicholas, and their family, and to the many friends and colleagues. Nous voulons affirmer ensemble que tous ces liens d'amitié et d'affection que nous tissons tout au long de notre vie ne s'arrêtent pas avec la mort. Je voudrais saluer les dignitaires présents aujourd'hui.
I would like to welcome dignitaries among us today, including Her Excellency the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Manon Janotte, Lieutenant Governor of Quebec, the Honourable François Legault, Premier of Quebec, as well as their colleagues and our guests from the international community. Before continuing the liturgical celebration, I invite you to listen to the testimonies which will now be addressed to you.
No one gave a speech like my dad. With his beautiful baritone voice, his sense of humor, and his impeccable timing, my dad held an audience in the palm of his hand. Speeches were such a major part of his life that he told us that when it was his turn to go up to what he called that great political rally in the sky, he wanted us to bury him with his podium. He had a unique style, which included telling stories that he honed over the years. My favorite was of a former Conservative Prime Minister who, at a formal dinner, had insisted on a second pat of butter for his bread. Despite the waiter's insistence on adhering to the rule of 1 pat of butter per person, Mr. Diefenbaker thundered, "Excuse me, but do you know who I am? I am the Prime Minister of Canada, and I would like another pat of butter, please." My father grinned as he delivered the waiter's response. "Do you know who I am? I'm the person who hands out the butter." My dad told this and other stories not just to get a laugh, but to make the point that the man who hands out the butter matters just as much as the Prime Minister. Because to Dad, everyone mattered. The prophet Isaiah said, "Consider the rock from which you were cut, the quarry from which you were dug." While my dad's Irish heritage was the rock from which his character was cut, Baie-Comeau, Quebec, his hometown, was the quarry from which it was dug. At Baie-Comeau, le travail acharné était un mode de vie.
His hard work was a way of life. In spite of limited means, my grandparents had decided that there would be no limit to what their son could accomplish. But it wasn't always easy, and his life could have taken a totally different direction. At the age of 16, as the financial situation of the family was particularly difficult, my father proposed to his father to register in the plant program. He probably would have had a good life, but he would not have accomplished his destiny. My grandfather knew that and declined that offer. Instead, he decided to extend his workdays. His son could thus go to university. Aware of that privilege, my father decided to make the sacrifices which involved him to serve causes greater than himself. When my father was only 25, he decided at that very moment that he would look after his family and take care of his mother, his brother, and his sister. As his legal career was flourishing, he met the love of his life, his best advisor, and his partner for what mattered most to him, family and politics. In perfect harmony, they worked together and successfully raised their family.
There was a destiny attached to my father that even in his youth, no one could deny. Even Prime Minister Diefenbaker, at the peak of his powers, wrote a letter to my grandfather extolling his son's potential after his first encounter with my dad. When I was a little girl, I had a sense that my father was a great man. He seemed to know everyone. They knew him, and they wanted to be around him. Prime Minister Clark attended Mark's christening. My dad did important work, like serving on the Cliche Commission and leading an international mining company. And in what, to my very young eyes, seemed like the pinnacle of importance, Dad acted as Grand Marshal of the Montreal St. Patrick's Day Parade. My dad went on to win the leadership of the Progressive Conservative Party. When asked to comment on the significance of his election on the night of his victory, my father's first response was not what the journalists expected. "It's Caroline Mulroney's 9th birthday," he exclaimed on national television. At a moment of great achievement, he showed the country what his family meant to him. He became a truly great prime minister and a world leader. But to us, he was more than that. He was a truly great father. As his only daughter, he always made me feel special. He was the one who carried me to bed and stayed with me when I fell asleep, until I fell asleep when I was little. The one who let me cry on his shoulder, even when my tears ruined his beautifully pressed shirts when I was a teenager. And the one who waited for me at our table, at our restaurant in New York City when I worked there, patiently reading his stack of newspapers until I arrived, always with a glass of champagne waiting for me. Every day of my life, my dad told me that I was the greatest daughter that God put on this earth. Now, we all know how much he liked hyperbole. But how lucky am I that for almost 50 years I was told something so wonderful every single day. He gave me love, confidence, and strength. Spending time with him was a joy. We would sit in his den and talk for hours. The news was always on in the background, and we would discuss it for sure, but mostly we talked about life. He set no course for his children other than to support our dreams, aspirations, and happiness. But he didn't always make it easy. When Andrew asked my father for my hand in marriage, Andrew said, "Mr. Mulroney, I would like to ask your permission to propose to Caroline." My father looked at Andrew and asked, "Propose what?" My decision to enter politics was a thoroughly discussed topic. My father was not immediately in favor of the idea because he knew well the hardships of being the man in the arena. I leaned on him for political advice. "Now, Caroline," he cautioned me, "because you are my daughter, people will ask you to do lots of things, fundraisers here, events there, but do not forget the 3 most important things. You're riding, you're riding, you're riding. The people of York Simcoe elect you, put their faith in you, and it is to them that you are accountable." Au fil des ans, son instinct
Over the years, his political instinct lost none of its acuity. He advised me not to waste my political capital on minor issues, but to keep it for the causes and the issues that really matter. Life is short, as he would often say, but our legacy remains. It endures. His words provided such precious support to me, particularly when I was given the Francophone Affairs portfolio for the Government of Ontario. To address the challenges I was facing, my father advised me to keep going and practice one of his favorite political maxims.
Corner of history, just a little bit. De lever un coin du rideau de l'histoire.
To raise the curtain on history. Walking in the footsteps of the person who defended minority rights as soon as he entered Parliament, I was given the duty to protect the Francophone minority in Ontario.
My brothers could recount stories just as remarkable as my own. My dad was immensely proud that his sons had built careers that they loved. He took such great joy watching Ben take center stage on TV, and he loved hearing him on the radio. He marveled at how Mark climbed his way up the corporate ladder, And later in life, Dad relied more and more on Marc for counsel, which was such a compliment to Marco. And Nicholas amazed my father as he took a leap to follow his dream, become an entrepreneur, and build a successful company. All three of them have matured into wonderful, loving fathers in our dad's image. My dad frequently told me how proud he was of them and the family lives that they built, which, he said, is the most important thing in life. He relished his role as papa to 16 grandchildren. He was playful and affectionate. He spoiled them with so much candy. He played with them in the pool, and he showered them with encouragement and love.
My father was also a faithful and solid friend, even if his innate Irish charm drew everyone to him. He was always loyal to his friends, in good times and in the difficult times. That is why he had such deep friendships, such durable friendships. That was an integral part of his life. That loyalty was also echoed in the deep respect that he always felt towards Quebec. I will not surprise anyone when I say that he had Canada under his skin, but his conception of Canadian federalism was pluralistic. Quebec's distinct society was for him a source of pride. And even though his 4 children and his 16 grandchildren lived elsewhere, he would never have considered leaving the province where he was born. Quebec was home for him.
No matter the crisis he was facing or wherever he was around the world, there was never a day, not one, when my brothers and I did not speak with our father. "Sweetie, it's your old daddy calling," he would say. Thousands of people have shared stories about his phone calls. They said that they felt that they had been touched, not just by someone who changed the course of history, but by an exceptionally kind, thoughtful, and generous person who often reached out when they needed to be lifted up. My dad saw the world in a bigger way than most. His humanity defined him, which is why he transcended politics and connected with people in a way that left an indelible mark on their hearts and souls. In our grief, our family is comforted and so grateful for the universal outpouring of affection and admiration for what my father meant to them and to Canada. While he didn't care for polls, he did like good headlines. And those of the past few weeks would have pleased him immeasurably. He didn't build a tight-knit family or achieve what he did in politics on his own. He did it all, every step of the way with my mother. He fell head over heels for her beauty, but he loved her strength. "Your mother is a fighter," he would tell us. He marveled at her street smarts, valued her loyalty, and respected her judgment implicitly. Theirs was a true and equal partnership. Together for 51 years, they were a political powerhouse. They achieved the unimaginable in their private and public lives because they did everything together. On his last day, my dad called out to my mother from his hospital bed and said, "Mila, what have you got lined up for me today?" Mom leaned over his bed and said, "Darling, what would you like me to line up for you?" "Naughtin'," he replied, which was his funny way of saying the word nothing. "Then I will line up naughtin'," she said. Ever hopeful, Mum put her hands on his cheeks and said, "Oh, Brian, are you coming back to me?" His body was tired, but his heart would not let him give us up. So Dad looked at Mum, and with what were his final words to her, he said, "I plan to." We are heartbroken by our loss. We adored him. I miss you, Daddy.
La dernière fois,
The last time that I spoke here at Montreal's Notre-Dame Basilica was 24 years ago at my father's funeral. So naturally, today, my thoughts are with Brian's children, Ben, Mark, Nicholas, and Caroline, who has just delivered an extraordinarily touching eulogy. For everyone, Brian Mulroney was Prime Minister, but for you, he was Papa. And of course, for Mila, he was a husband, a confidant, and an unwavering partner.
Brian once quipped that at l'Université Laval there was no PM 101 class to prepare him for his future role. Although after he left politics, if such a class existed, he would have been the ideal person to teach it. One of his first lessons would be that winning is important and it's okay to enjoy it. However, winning for winning's sake cannot be the only end game. First and foremost, Brian was motivated by service. He was motivated by leadership, by getting the big things right. Big things like free trade, fighting to raise the standard of living for Canadians and for millions of people, first through the Canada-US FTA and then through NAFTA. Big things like standing up against apartheid in South Africa. As a great persuader, Brian leveraged Canada's position in the Commonwealth to lead the efforts that helped free Nelson Mandela. Brian
also accomplished great things for the environment, including fighting acid rain and repairing the hole in the ozone layer.
The ozone layer. That showed that for Brian, the sky was not the limit. He led us with the ambition necessary to actually fix the sky. Oui, il voyait grand.
Yes, he had a grand vision, but the little guy from Baie-Comeau knew how to keep both feet on the ground. Whether it was doing long shifts as a worker or a truck driver to pay for his studies, or negotiating a free trade agreement with the most powerful country in the world, he always worked just as hard.
Of all the great things he accomplished, none brought him more pride and joy than the loving family he built with Mila, rooted in values of hard work, gratitude, and resilience. Resilience being particularly important because, as his opponents knew well, Brian was never afraid to take on a fight, even though he knew that there would be criticisms and attacks that stung. His family saw that up close. but as he put it himself, leaders must have vision, and they must find the courage to fight for the policies that will give that vision life. Leaders must govern not for easy headlines in 10 days, but for a better Canada in 10 years. And even when times got tough, Brian always stayed generous, charming, and very funny. He once shared a story about the time he offered comfort to Ronald Reagan, who was enduring a decline in his approval ratings, by saying, "Ron, I don't know how to break this to you, but Margaret Thatcher, Helmut Kohl, and I combined don't have your 59% approval rating." We all know how Brian loved to win, yet his most cherished victories were nonpartisan. Those moments where the true winner was Canada itself, because he loved this country with all his heart. And he didn't just love Canada in the abstract sense, he loved Canadians. He loved hearing their stories. He loved connecting with people. He was incredibly generous with everyone. In fact, while we were reminiscing this past week, my mom shared with me that he had reached out to her occasionally over the decades to have friendly, heartfelt conversations. I had had no idea, but I was not surprised, because this authenticity in his many conversations with me and in his advice to me is something I always deeply valued. Brian me conseillait souvent pendant qu'on renégociait la ligne.
Brian often advised me as we were renegotiating NAFTA in times of great uncertainty. In the middle of a particularly difficult week, he encouraged me to keep going. I can still hear him saying to me on the telephone, "Justin, remember what your father used to say, that it's at the end of the evening that you see the best dancers." It was a lesson in discipline, in determination, and in perseverance. Today is the end of the evening for a giant, but we will always remember that as a great dancer and choreographer, he led the way for future generations. It's the end of the evening for a giant, but the music continues. In his memory, it is up to all of us, each in our own way, to pursue the work towards an even more ambitious and an even better Canada. Thank you.
Say Mulroney.
Mila Mulroney, Caroline, Ben, Mark, Nicholas, and to the many friends of Mr. Mulroney assembled here and with us on television.
To all friends of Mr. Mulroney here today to celebrate his accomplishment for this country and for all of us. J'aimerais tout d'abord
And I'd like to begin by saying that I consider myself to be extremely privileged to have gotten to know Mr. Mulroney. He was a role model and an example, not only in business, but also in my personal life. And I would even say that he certainly inspired me to have a wonderful family, as wonderful as his own. From my daughter Marie, who is completing her law degree and will be working in a large Montreal firm here in Montreal, to the youngest one, little Gabrielle, Mr. Mulroney was an inspiration. And I can also count on a wife in my beautiful Pascale, who is also an exceptional mother, just as Mila was. I had a father as inspiring as Mr. Mulroney. In fact, Mr. Mulroney was his lawyer. He was part of a large firm here in Montreal, and he negotiated the first collective agreement for Le Journal de Montréal. He's at the very center of the success of Québécois. And again there, he, in the year 2000, brought about a great transaction that was transformational and made Québécois a company that could be well-positioned in the new economy. This was a huge challenge, and I was so lucky to be able to rely on Mr. Mulroney to advise me.
To me, Mr. Mulroney was a second father. He always knew where he was coming from. It is funny to know that we at Québécois, through our pulp and paper business, Donahue, many years ago, we were the owners of the paper mill in, as he used to say, Baie-Comeau, where Mr. Mulroney's father worked and was able to make it possible for his son to get a great education. From modest origin, he was looking to build something that would last and would make it possible for all Canadians to live in peace and prosperity. And for this purpose, he knew that we would need to build a strong economy, largely supported by solid corporations. As a labor lawyer, and as everywhere thereafter, he was fair and knew everybody need to have a good deal out of a transaction. As a CEO, he knew corporate responsibilities should not serve only shareholders, but should serve all stakeholders. And as chairman of Québécois, he was a tremendous source of inspiration and courage. His sense of humor was an integral part of his magic. For Mr. Mulroney, we were the best managers. We were the best directors. We were the best board. And obviously and accordingly, he was the best German. And as his proverbial formula used to say, grâce à qui? Grâce à l'Union
Thanks to
nationale.
who? Thanks to the Union Nationale.
Ceux qui ont eu le privilège de le
Those who had the privilege of working with him, of getting to know him, know that his life was built around very deeply held values, and at the top of those values was loyalty.
nous savions
We knew
que nous pouvions toujours
that we
compter
could
sur lui,
always count on him,
peu importe les circonstances,
whatever the circumstances,
comme le veut l'expression,
and as the expression goes,
and darkest moments. In his last days, when I was talking over the phone with him, he remained optimistic that he would get better and would be with us at our next annual meeting this spring. My first and second father were both people who were not working only for their own success, but for the betterment of as many people as possible. They were here to build a better society. Mr. Mulroney and I did not see the future of Canada the same way, but never did it interfere with our ongoing relationship. We both wanted to build a better world. It is building this better world that Mr. Mulroney, with great courage, took over the fight to end the despicable regime of apartheid and the liberation of Nelson Mandela. To me, this is his greatest achievement. Tout récemment, l'informant que mon ami
recently, when I informed him that my friend Guy Fournier had cancer, immediately he got on the phone to speak to him and encourage him. That was Mr. Mulroney. He was and is always there. How many times he and I talked about an article published in a magazine from Toronto that looked like the death knell announced for Québécois after the acquisition of Videotron. And of course, I got all the blame. I never forgot his response to the author of that article, and I quote,
carrying enormous burdens. No one likes being criticized. The market had tanked. Times are tough. When we would come to this, which we will, the principal reason will have been the drive and the vision of Pierre-Karl Péladeau. Mr. Mulroney, ses discours d'encouragement de
Mr. Mulroney, his words of encouragement, of support, and his lessons in courage. We will miss all of that terribly. My final words are for the children and grandchildren of Mr. Mulroney and for this wonderful family. Surely one of his greatest achievements. It is with nostalgia that I will think back on Christmas times and on the Christmas card that we would receive every year. And every year we would see the images of more grandchildren. We would dream of the tender love that he had with Mila. Pascal and I, chère Mila, dear Mila, can imagine just how those 53 years of life with Mr. Mulroney were filled with love and complicity. I want you to know that hundreds of thousands of people share your pain and your sorrow. Thank you, Mila, for all that you accomplished with the man of your life. Mr. Mulroney, rest in peace. We shall never forget you.
Never forget you. Yes.
Good afternoon, and we've had so many wonderful speakers. You're going to figure out who's in politics and which guy is the hockey player real quick. I got to meet the Prime Minister in 1984 when he became the Conservative leader, and a couple years later he called me and he said, "Young man, my beautiful wife Mila wants to have this charity hockey game in Ottawa." And I said, "Of course." And I go, "What's it for?" And he said, 65 Roses. Now I said, "I've heard of a lot of charities. I've never heard that name." He goes, "No, she changed the name so kids will understand it a lot easier." So I said, "Of course we'll play." So we go to Ottawa. And the game itself was wonderful because we raised a lot of money and a lot of awareness. But we were so excited to go to 24 Sussex. I'm like, this is incredible. We're going to, I guess, the biggest house in the country. And they were so nice, the family, they hosted us. And then years later, a year later, I'm playing in the Canada Cup. And those days, the East and the West was a big rivalry. And that afternoon, his chief of staff called me, Game 3. I was staying with my mom and dad, with my wife, Janet. And he said, "The Prime Minister wants to call you." And I said, "Absolutely." So the phone rang, and I turned to my dad, and I said, "You pick up the phone." So my dad picks up the phone. Now he's talking. And I'm like, "Okay." And he hands me the phone. And the Prime Minister says, obviously, "I'm wishing you good luck, son. I hope you guys do well." I hang up the phone, and my dad said, "Can you imagine? The Prime Minister of Canada called me?" And I said, "I don't think he called you." He goes, No, I talked to him." So we had to wait 15 minutes because he had to call his mother and tell her that he talked to the Prime Minister. So that's how proud of a Canadian he was. Years later, we were at a wedding. We had the good fortune of sitting with Mila and the Prime Minister, Janet and I. And we're at this table. David Foster, who was one of the great Canadians ever. And we're at this table, and all of a sudden, all these Canadians were flocking over to sit with us, which was really nice. And the Prime Minister kept looking at us saying, "You know, I'm going to sing tonight," because he loved to sing. "I'm going to sing tonight." I'm like, "Okay." And then he goes, "Young man, remember 1993? That was a great victory for the Montreal Canadiens, right?" And I said, "Sir, I was on the other team." That wasn't so great for me. He goes, No, but it was wonderful for the country." I go, "Okay, great, good for you." So as he's saying, "I want to sing tonight, I'm going to sing," Michael Bublé sits down. And I said to the Prime Minister, I said, "He's singing, you're not." I said, "Now we're even." But, you know, we're such a proud country, and I relate everything to hockey. And politics and hockey, you fight, you battle, you drive. I'm so proud to be a Canadian today, to see past Prime Ministers here, the current Prime Minister. That's what our country's all about, coming together, being friendly, helping other people, and paying respects. And Mr. Mulroney was one of the greatest Prime Ministers we've ever had. I always tell my friends around the world, whether it's funerals or weddings, we'd watch on TV and we'd always say, "You know what, we're represented by Mila and Brian Mulroney. They make our country proud." Thank you.
Oh, tiny boy, The pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. 'Tis you, must go and I must buy. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh Danny boy, I love you so.
Good morning. My name is Tim McBride, and as he is recovering from back surgery, James Baker, the former United States Secretary of State, expresses his regrets that he could not honor his friend Brian Mulroney today as he would have preferred. As a former White House colleague of Secretary Baker's and of President George H.W. Bush, Secretary Baker has asked that I read his message to the Mulroney family and to Canadians in his stead. Secretary Baker writes, Mila and the entire Mulroney family, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I deeply regret that I cannot be with you to celebrate the life, accomplishments, and friendship of Brian Mulroney, one of the great leaders to walk this good earth. As Canada's Prime Minister, Brian accomplished so much on behalf of his country and the world. He was also brilliant with words. This was a man, after all, who once pithily said, "I am not denying anything I did not say." How could anyone argue with that? Possessing a characteristic, upbeat nature that rivaled his two closest American allies, President Ronald Reagan and President George H.W. Bush, Brian was as straightforward and direct about defining his role as Prime Minister as he was at getting things done. As Brian once said, "You have to spend your political capital on great causes for your country." And so he did, leaving behind an unrivaled legacy. Brian upheld the interests of Canada with a bold vision, but he also understood the importance of securing mutual benefits that would enhance the prosperity and security of North America through the advancement of free trade. Sadly, today, 36 years after President Reagan and Prime Minister Mulroney signed the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, support for free trade has been waning in my country and around the world. But in 2019, Brian noted the importance of playing the long game when he quoted Reinhold Niebuhr during remarks at the Baker Institute in Houston. "Nothing worth doing is completed in our lifetime," he said. "Therefore, we must be saved by hope." Brian Mulroney was an inspirational leader and a beautiful human being. And above all, to those of us south of the Canadian border, Brian Mulroney was a friend, a staunch and supportive friend who had the confidence to tell us when he thought a different American approach might serve our country better. We always listened to Brian Mulroney. Ladies and gentlemen, I respected Brian Mulroney. I loved him and will miss him dearly. And I look forward to seeing him again on the other side. My wife Susan and I send our deepest sympathy and love to Mila and the entire Mulroney family. James A. Baker III.
Monseigneur Lépine.
Monseigneur Lépine, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last few days, Canadians have been able to observe and get to know the Mulroney family better. And we now understand why Brian Mulroney was so devoted to his wife Mila and to his children, Caroline, Ben, Mark, Nicolas, and their families. We want to thank you for being so generous towards us. And we offer you our sincere condolences. In preparing my eulogy, I remembered an African proverb according to which every child's birth is part of a story. Brian Mulroney's story is about his Irish roots, about Baie-Comeau and the North Shore, about Quebec, and about the unfinished building of Canada. Taken together, these stories show the course of his life. They explain the love that he felt for his family and the ambitions he nurtured for his country. Brian Mulroney lived and breathed politics. Throughout his studies in New Brunswick, in Quebec and Nova Scotia, at St. Francis Xavier University and Laval University, politics was always there in the background. Through politics, he built relationships. He established new friendships, and he came to acquire a deep knowledge of his country. His career as a lawyer in Montreal was really a launching pad for his professional and political career. And that is where Brian met Mila, the love of his life. When he appointed me to cabinet, he confided in me that he would never have become Prime Minister of Canada had it not been for the support and love of his wife.
Elected leader of the Progressive Conservative Party in 1983, Brian Mulroney challenged its members, instilling discipline and preparing his party to govern. He won 2 commanding majorities. He was Prime Minister. He was Prime Minister, and he would make it count. The Brian Mulroney that we saw from caucus and cabinet was, in the words of Theodore Roosevelt's famous speech of 1910, the man in the arena. Like that man, he was no timid soul who had never known victory or defeat. Brian Mulroney chose to spend his political capital. He took risks, and by doing so became one of those rarest of leaders, able to define an era as his own. He would remind us in caucus and cabinet that the number one task of any prime minister was to keep the country united. In 1984, national unity meant that we needed to heal the wounds of the past and initiate constitutional reforms to bring us together. The second most important task of a prime minister was managing Canada's relationship with our neighbors, friends, allies, and in particular with our most important economic partner, the United States. Not an easy challenge for any prime minister for whom the neighbor happens to be the world's #1 superpower. And so he dared. He dared to defy the long history of Canada and negotiated a free trade agreement with the Americans. And to get this done, he was subjected to the test of a grueling and a punishing election campaign. To win in 1988, he brought together Albertans and Quebecers to support free trade. He did so because he knew that to build a great nation, the bridges between West and East, French and English, newcomers to Canada and the native-born could not and could never be taken for granted. His majority mandates that came from Canadians, were about change. Canada's economy was in dire need of a conservative overhaul. So, there would be fiscal reform and the GST. I can't think of a more unpopular economic policy than the implementation of the GST. And yet, I can't think of a more popular economic policy with all the prime ministers and governments that followed in the steps of Brian Mulroney. And he would do more. Privatizations, deregulation, expenditure reduction. His government would dismantle the national energy program in the West, and he'd sign the Atlantic Accord in the East. He concluded the largest land claims agreement in Canadian history and created the territory of Nunavut. Un des grands enjeux de notre époque.
One of the greatest challenges of our times is the environment. For our generation, pollution, climate change, and the energy transition are really existential issues. In 2006, commentators were in disbelief when Brian Mulroney, a Conservative, was given the title of Canada's greenest Prime Minister. We were among the first countries in the world to launch a green plan. Before being elected as Prime Minister, even then, he was tackling the issue of acid rain and made it a priority in our relationship with the United States. In 1991, he teamed up with George Bush Sr. and negotiated an agreement. And it is regarded today as one of the world's most successful environmental treaties, but it's not the only one. In 1987, his government also negotiated the Montreal Protocol. I was with him at the Rio Summit in 1992, when Canada would be the first G7 country to sign the Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biodiversity. More than 40 years ago, Brian Mulroney understood that it was his generation's and Canada's issue and its responsibility to protect the environment for the sake of future generations. One of Mr. Mulroney's first major achievements in the international politics sphere was introducing Quebec through the front door to the Francophonie by negotiating the creation of the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie with Quebec Premier Pierre-Marc Johnson and French President François Mitterrand.
On the international stage, Brian Mulroney walked amongst the giants of the world. Reagan, Bush, Thatcher, Major, Mitterrand, Kohl, Nakasone, Abdou Diouf, Gorbachev, and others. Canada won a seat on the United Nations Security Council. We embraced peacekeeping. In 1991, Canada went to war, and we fought next to our allies in the Gulf. We played a crucial role as the Berlin Wall fell and a new world, including a new Europe, dawned. We were the first Western nation to recognize a free and proud Ukraine. And in one of his greatest moments, Brian Mulroney united all Canadians with pride and resolve as he and our nation helped Nelson Mandela take the first walk to freedom. His international contributions did not end when he left office. He contributed to offer invaluable advice, continued to offer invaluable advice and support to his successors. In the last weeks of his life, he entered the arena a final time, defending Israel and fighting anti-Semitism in a compelling speech he delivered in New York. L'aile parlementaire de son parti avait un rendez-vous tous les mercredis.
Every Wednesday, the parliamentary group of his party would gather for a national caucus meeting. And we all looked forward to the moment when our leader would speak. We were together. It was just us and him. He would review the political events of the past week and describe his meetings with giants of the world, as though we'd been in the room with him. And he would talk about his upcoming meetings. He would share and sometimes reveal what was most intimate to him, his hopes, his joys, and his disappointments. He knew how to make us laugh and how to make us cry. He would tell us about his family, his ambitions, his plans, and his vision for our country. And he never missed an opportunity to remind us that he had faith in us and that he loved us. And suddenly, the cloud of all the bad polls would dissipate and the sun would reappear.
The Right Honourable Brian Mulroney treated his political opponents with respect. He did not view them as enemies. They were opponents, but most importantly, they were also Canadian patriots. Brian Mulroney had and was, and as was said, a hero named Thomas D'Arcy McGee, who when he passed away was described as having a heart made for friendship. Much has been said and reported about how Brian Mulroney would reach out to other people. And I know that there's not a person in this basilica today whose life has not been touched by Brian. I'll predict this. We will not have enough of our lifetime to hear all of the stories about when he reached out to friends, opponents, and people he had never met. He wanted to share with them what he knew to be true, that whatever the circumstances, things will come to pass. And as they strived to reach that day, they knew from having spoken to him that they were not alone and that they had his support and his friendship. For all of us who served under him, MPs, ministers, political staff, organizers, and public servants who he respected highly, there was no other place that we would have wanted to be. Here, now, at this very moment, we live in a world that he helped shape. We live in the country that he helped build. And because of Brian Mulroney, we live in one of the greatest countries in the world, Canada. So on this day, Canadians pay their respect and express their very deep gratitude to one of Canada's greatest prime ministers and one of Canada's true nation builders, Brian Mulroney.
Quand les hommes vivront d'amour, il n'y aura plus de misère et commenceront les beaux jours. Mais nous serons morts, mon frère, quand les hommes vivront d'amour. Ce sera la paix sur la terre. Les soldats seront troubadours. Et nous serons morts, mon frère. Dans la grande chaîne de la vie, où il fallait que nous passions, où il fallait que nous soyons, nous aurons eu la mauvaise partie. Quand les hommes vivront d'amour, il n'y aura plus de misère et commenceront les beaux jours. Mais nous serons morts, mon frère. Quand les hommes vivront d'amour, qu'il n'y aura plus de misère Peut-être songeront-ils un jour à nous qui serons morts, mon frère, nous qui aurons mauvais jour. Dans la haine et dans la guerre, cherchez la paix, cherchez l'amour. Qu'ils connaîtront alors, mon frère, dans la grande chaîne de la vie, pour qu'il y ait un meilleur temps, il faut toujours quelques perdants. De la sagesse, ici-bas, c'est le prix. Quand les hommes vivront d'amour, il n'y aura plus de misère et commenceront les beaux jours. Mais nous, nous serons morts. Mon frère.
Please rise. Brothers and sisters, let us acknowledge our sins and so prepare ourselves to celebrate the sacred mysteries. Have mercy on us, O Lord, for we have sinned against you. Montre-nous, Seigneur, ta miséricorde et donne-nous ton salut. Que Dieu Tout-Puissant nous fasse miséricorde, qu'il nous pardonne nos péchés et nous conduise à la vie éternelle.
Amen.
Prions le Seigneur. Seigneur Dieu, tu es miséricorde pour les pécheurs, tu es joie pour tous les saints. Puisque nous célébrons aujourd'hui, comme un devoir d'humanité, les funérailles de ton serviteur Brian Mulroney, accorde-lui, nous t'en prions, le bonheur que tu réserves à tes élus. So that on the day of resurrection, freed from the bonds of mortality, he may come before your face. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen. Please be seated.
A reading from the Book of Lamentations. My soul is bereft of peace. I have forgotten what happiness is. So I say, gone is my glory and my expectation from the Lord. Remember my affliction and my bitterness, the wormwood and the gall. My soul continuously thinks of it and is bowed down within me. But this I call to mind, and therefore I have hope. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore I will hope in him. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul that seeks him. It is good that one should wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. The word of the Lord.
Lecture de la première lettre de Saint Jean.
A reading from the first letter of St. John. Beloved, we know that we have passed from death to life because we love our brothers and sisters. Whoever does not love abides in death. We know love by this, that he, Jesus, laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for one another. How does God's love abide in anyone who has the world's goods and sees a brother or sister in need and yet refuses help? Little children, let us love, not in word or speech, but in truth and in action. And by this we will know that we are from the truth, and we will reassure our hearts before him whenever our hearts condemn us. For God is greater than our hearts, and he knows everything. The word of the Lord.
Lord be with you. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to Matthew. When Jesus saw the crowds, he went up the mountain, and after he sat down, his disciples came to him. Then he began to speak and taught them, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will receive mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." The Gospel of the Lord.
Comfort, oh, comfort my people, says your God. Dear family of Brian Mulroney, you have lost a husband, a father, and a grandfather. Dear friends of Brian, you have lost a mentor and a brother. All of Canada, including Canadians from all walks of life, and elected officials, past and present, share your grief and have made it their own. Throughout the past week, thousands of people traveled to pay their respects to Brian Mulroney, lying in state. They expressed their condolences and gratitude, and they paid their respects. And you, dear family, made yourself available and received them unfailingly for hours. Media across the country accompanied this procession of sadness and consolation. They collected and broadcast people's countless expressions of affection and their touching stories about Brian Mulroney's words and actions. Today, media brings us together again. Aimons par des actes et en vérité. Ce que nous arrive dans notre vie,
what happens in our life is important. The successes and the failures, the joys and the sorrow, the love and the solitude, good health and illness, gratitude and humiliation. All of that is part of our life and is important, particularly in the life of a person who devoted his life to politics. And yet, without diminishing what precedes, there is something even more important. It is the question, What can I do through what happens to me in life, through those successes? Do I continue to be generous with my time and my consideration of others? Through failures and humiliation, do I continue to be kind, always communicating with kindness to everyone who is with me? Through my concerns and preoccupations, do I continue to have a heart that is available to love, available to listen, and to serve?
This kindness, this attention to other people, whoever they may be, this sense of our common humanity, this perseverance in the pursuit of harmony, have their roots in Brian Mulroney's family and define the man as he was before, during, and after his life in politics. For theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Every human life is an unfinished symphony. Our deepest aspirations, our thirst for beauty, goodness, truth, and unity will find their fulfillment in the kingdom of eternal love that God is preparing for us. We are asked in this life to fight the good fight of fidelity to righteousness, love, truth, and to what is just and good. Heureux les artisans de paix.
Blessed are the peacemakers. A family man, a father, he leaves a legacy of values that come before him and that we always need to revive. The generosity of his family, the gratitude of the state and of all the citizens of this country have made the death and the funeral of Brian Mulroney an event that brings us together with our similarities and our differences. We can go back to our daily life tomorrow, but at the same time, we have an opportunity to enrich it by thinking more about our duty of solidarity and justice.
At the time when polarization and war, concern for the environment, health, and the future, and threats to life and the family are present on our planet, we have the opportunity, if we so wish, to grow through our service to the common good. From village to village, town to town, province to province, we share a country with a vast territory and resources. Ours is a welcoming land, and our greatest wealth will always lie in families, people, and education. Our hands may be cold, but our hearts are always warm. Chère famille de Brian
Dear
Mulroney,
family of Brian Mulroney,
votre gentillesse,
your kindness
votre générosité
and your generosity
que cet héritage de valeurs
bear witness to that legacy of values that is always possible, as demanding as it may be at times.
mette un baume sur
May God
vous protège.
heal your hearts and guide you.
Jésus, qui est doux et humble
May
de cœur,
Jesus,
nous apprenne à être des artisans et
who
artisans de paix
taught us to be peacemakers around the world, God, rich and merciful, we ask you, we entrust him to you, our brother and our friend.
Confiance, Dieu le Père Tout-Puissant, qui a ressuscité des morts son Fils unique, Jésus-Christ. Unissons-nous les uns aux autres pour prier pour Brian Mulroney, pour notre pays et pour le monde. Après chaque invocation, nous pourrons dire ensemble, Seigneur, écoute-nous, Lord, hear our prayer.
Seigneur, écoute-nous, Lord, hear our prayer.
Pour Brian Mulroney, qui dans le baptême a reçu la lumière du Christ, qui soit maintenant admis dans le royaume de Dieu pour la vie éternelle. Prions le Seigneur.
Seigneur, écoute-nous, Lord, hear our prayer.
The family and friends of Brian Mulroney are in sadness and sorrow. Bring them comfort, consolation in their grief, and soothing of the heart. Let us pray.
Seigneur, écoute-nous, Lord, hear our prayer.
Pour ceux et celles qui souffrent et sont découragés, pour toutes les personnes qui vivent la solitude, qui dans notre société nous apprenions à vivre une compassion généreuse. Prions le Seigneur.
Seigneur, écoute-nous, Lord, hear our prayer.
Many people die by violence, war, and famine each day. Show them your tenderness to those who suffer unjustly and transform us into instruments of justice and peace.
Seigneur, écoute-nous, Lord, hear our prayer.
Lord God, giver of peace and healer of souls, you listen in love to the cry of everyone. Hear our prayers for our departed brothers and sisters. Give them the pardon they have always desired. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be seated. Pray, brothers and sisters, that my sacrifice and yours may be acceptable to God the Almighty Father.
May the Lord accept the sacrifice at your hands for the praise and the glory of his name, for the good and the good of the Holy Church.
Sois proche de ton serviteur Brian Mulroney, Seigneur, nous t'en prions. C'est pour lui qu'en ce jour de ses funérailles, nous t'offrons le sacrifice qui réconcilie avec toi. Si la tâche du péché l'a marqué, si la faiblesse humaine l'a souillé, que la tendresse lui pardonne et le purifie par le Christ notre Seigneur. The Lord be with you
And with your spirit.
Lift up your hearts, we lift them up to the Lord. Let us give thanks to the Lord our God.
It is
It is
right and just.
Vraiment, il est juste et bon pour ta gloire et notre salut de t'offrir notre action de grâce toujours et en tout lieu. Seigneur, Père très saint, Dieu éternel et tout-puissant, par le Christ notre Seigneur. C'est en lui qu'a resplendi pour nous l'espérance de la résurrection bienheureuse. Et si la loi de la mort nous afflige, la promesse de l'immortalité nous apporte la consolation. Indeed, for your faithful Lord, life is changed, not ended. And when this earthly dwelling turns to dust, an eternal dwelling is made ready for them in heaven. And so, with angels and archangels, with thrones and dominions, and with all the hosts and powers of heaven, we sing the hymn of your glory, as without end we acclaim. You are indeed holy, O Lord, and all you have created rightly gives you praise. For through your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, by the power and working of the Holy Spirit, you give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather a people to yourself, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name. C'est pourquoi nous te supplions, Seigneur, de consacrer toi-même les offrandes que nous apportons. Sanctifie-les par ton Esprit pour qu'elles deviennent le corps et le sang de ton Fils, Jésus-Christ, notre Seigneur, qui nous a dit de célébrer ce mystère. La nuit même où il fut livré, il prit le pain. En te rendant grâce, il dit la bénédiction. Il rompit le pain et le donna à ses disciples en disant, « Prenez et mangez-en tous, ceci est mon corps, livré pour vous. » In a similar way, when supper was ended, he took the chalice, and giving you thanks, he said the blessing, and gave the chalice to his disciples, saying, Take this, all of you, and drink from it, for this is the chalice of my blood, the blood of the new and eternal covenant, which will be poured out for you and for many for the forgiveness of sins. Do this in memory of me. Il est grand le mystère de la foi.
Nous annonçons
Ta mort, Seigneur Jésus. Nous proclamons ta résurrection. Nous attendons ta venue dans la gloire. Therefore, O Lord, as we celebrate the memorial of the saving passion of your Son, his wondrous resurrection and ascension into heaven, and as we look forward to his second coming, we offer you in thanksgiving this holy and living sacrifice. Regarde, nous t'en prions, l'oblation de ton Église et daigne reconnaître ton Fils, qui, selon ta volonté, s'est offert en sacrifice pour nous réconcilier avec toi. Quand nous serons nourris de son corps et de son sang et remplis de l'Esprit Saint, accorde-nous d'être un seul esprit et un dans le Christ.
May he make us an eternal offering to you, so that we may obtain the inheritance with your elect, especially with the most blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of God, with blessed Joseph, her spouse, with your blessed apostles and glorious martyrs, and with all the saints at whose intercession in your presence we rely for unfailing help.
Et maintenant, nous te supplions, Seigneur, par le sacrifice qui nous réconcilie avec toi, étends au monde entier le salut et la paix. Affermis ton Église en pèlerinage sur la terre dans la foi et la charité. En union avec ton serviteur, notre Pape François, et notre archevêque Christian Lépine, l'ensemble des évêques, les prêtres, les diacres et tout le peuple que tu as racheté. Écoute en ta bonté les prières de ta famille que tu as voulu rassembler devant toi. Dans ta miséricorde, ramène à toi, Père très aimant, tous tes enfants dispersés.
Remember your servant Brian Mulroney, whom you've called from this world to yourself. Grant that he who was united with your Son in a death like his may also be one with him in his resurrection, when from the earth he will raise up in the flesh those who have died and transform our lowly body after the pattern of his own glorious body.
Souviens-toi aussi de nos frères et sœurs défunts. Souviens-toi de tous ceux qui ont quitté ce monde et trouvent grâce devant toi. En ta bienveillance, reçois-les dans ton royaume. Nous espérons être comblés de ta gloire tous ensemble et pour l'éternité, quand tu essuieras toute larme de nos yeux. En te voyant, toi, notre Dieu, tel que tu es, nous te serons semblables éternellement et sans fin, nous chanterons ta louange par le Christ notre Seigneur, par qui tu donnes au monde toute grâce et tout bien. Par lui, avec lui et en lui, à toi, Dieu le Père Tout-Puissant, dans l'unité du Saint-Esprit, tout honneur et toute gloire pour les siècles des siècles.
Amen.
Unis dans le même esprit, nous pouvons dire avec confiance la prière que nous avons reçue du Sauveur. Notre Père qui es aux cieux, que ton nom soit sanctifié, que ton règne vienne, que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel. Donne-nous aujourd'hui notre pain de ce jour. Pardonne-nous nos offenses, comme nous pardonnons aussi à ceux qui nous ont offensés, et ne nous laisse pas entrer en tentation, mais délivre-nous du mal. Deliver us, Lord, we pray, from every evil. Graciously grant peace in our days, that by the help of your mercy we may be always free from sin and safe from all distress, as we await the blessed hope and the coming of our Savior, Jesus Christ. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Seigneur Jésus-Christ, tu as dit à tes apôtres, je vous laisse la paix, je vous donne ma paix. Ne regarde pas nos péchés, mais la foi de ton Église. Pour que ta volonté s'accomplisse, donne-lui toujours cette paix et conduis-la vers l'unité parfaite, toi qui vis et règnes pour les siècles des siècles. Amen. Que la paix du Seigneur soit toujours avec vous.
Et avec votre esprit.
Qui
Behold the Lamb of God, behold him who takes away the sins of the world. Blessed are those called to the supper of the Lamb. Lord, I am not worthy that you should enter under my roof, but only say the word, and my soul shall be healed. Prions le Seigneur. Nous te prions, Dieu Tout-Puissant, pour ton serviteur Brian Mulroney, qui vient de quitter ce monde. Fais que, purifié par ce sacrifice et dégagé de ses fautes, il goûte les joies éternelles de la résurrection par le Christ, notre Seigneur.
Amen.
Veuillez vous asseoir.
Veuillez accueillir Theodora Lapham, petite-fille du très honorable Brian Mulroney. Please welcome Theodora Lapham, granddaughter of the Right Honorable Brian Mulroney.
Je vais chanter. Je vais chanter. Désolée. Je vais chanter la chanson. Je vais chanter la chanson préférée de mon grand-père. I'm going to sing my papa's favorite song. Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai à tant l'aimer que ça me donne envie de crier sur tous les toits. Elle est à moi, j'aurais l'air fin si je faisais ça. C'est pas normal, me direz-vous. Aimer comme ça, faut être fou. Je le sais bien, oui, mais voilà. Je n'y peux rien, c'est malgré moi. Quand ça me rend, y a rien à faire. Je l'aime tant, c'est merveilleux. Je ne vis plus sur cette terre lorsque je rêve à ses yeux. À ses yeux bleus comme l'azur, à ses cheveux d'un blond si pur. Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai à tant l'aimer? Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai? Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai à tant l'aimer? Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai?
There's a tears in your eyes, and I'm wondering why, for it never should be there at all. With such power in your smile, sure as stone you'll beguile, so there's never a teardrop should fall.
With your sweet lilting laughter and your sun fairy song, and your eyes twinkle bright as can be. So just laugh all the while, and all other times smile, and now smile a smile for me. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure just like a morning spring,
In the lilt of Irish laughter, we can hear the angels sing.
When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Nous vous invitons à prendre un moment de recueillement en mémoire du très honorable
We
Brian
ask you to
Mulroney.
pause and reflect on Brian Mulroney.
To honor the memory of the Right Honorable Brian Mulroney.
Please rise. Avant de nous séparer, nous allons dire ensemble un dernier adieu à notre
Before
frère
we go
Brian.
our separate ways, let us bid a final farewell to Brian Mulroney. With respect and affection, let us entrust him to the mercy of the Eternal Father, in the hope of meeting again one day, when the love of Christ, victorious over all evil, will
Thinking
triumph over death.
At everything we lived with Brian, at who he is for us, and at who he is for God. Time has come now to commend the soul of Brian Mulroney to God. We will now incense his body, which was the temple of the Holy Spirit, and sprinkle it with the water of baptism as a reminder of our faith in the resurrection. Please be seated.
Chers invités, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national du Canada. Dear guests, please rise for the national anthem of Canada.
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
Que toute marque d'affection, tout geste d'amitié que vous donnerez soit pour vous signe de cette paix qu'ensemble nous avons cherchée. Et que Dieu Tout-Puissant vous bénisse, le Père et le Fils et le Saint-Esprit.
Amen. The Mass is ended. Let us go in the peace of Christ. Allez dans la paix de Christ.
again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing this song. We'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
And with bells tolling, a 19-gun salute. 18 bells tolled as Mr. Mulroney's casket was loaded into the hearse to honor the 18th Prime Minister of this country. His state funeral comes to an end. It was emotional, personal. It marked his political legacy, the many things he did for this country, and also paid tribute to his love of music, both with his granddaughter and, as you heard there at the end, with his own voice. The cortege will now leave here, the Basilica, and make its way to the graveyard where the family will have private moments. There'll also be a reception for many of the dignitaries that have been here through the day, many premiers, former prime ministers, current prime minister, and many others. I'll bring Rob Russo in here as the cortege packs up and begins to move, just for some initial thoughts on what you thought of the ceremony, Rob.
Well, Brian, we've been saying over and over again that Brian Mulroney would have loved this and only would have despaired that he had to miss it, but that didn't stop him from taking part. Brian Mulroney, if he wasn't a hockey player, he would have loved to have been a crooner, and we heard him croon a couple of tunes at the end. That, along with his granddaughter's song, I thought was the emotional apogee. But there was one theme that I thought ran through all of the speeches. Mr. Mulroney was the third prime minister in a row who lost his father young. So there was this theme, I thought, of the father figure. You heard it from Caroline, who talked about her dad as a father more than anything else. How he used to pick her up in her arms and take her to bed every night. We heard it from Pierre-Karl Péladeau, who Mr. Mulroney was his father's lawyer. When Mr. Péladeau died early, Mr. Mulroney became a father figure to him. Justin Trudeau referred to being here in an earlier time when he had to eulogize his father. And we heard it from Jean Charest, who was like a son to Mr. Mulroney, brought him into cabinet at the tender age of 26. When he got into a little trouble, kept him in caucus, brought him back in a cabinet, nurtured his career forever after. So I thought that theme of fatherhood for somebody who lost a father very young was prevalent throughout the service.
Just extraordinary sight there as people wait for the cortege to get moving. The Prime Minister, the Governor General, some of the honorary pallbearers, some premiers, all waiting to pay their last and final respect to the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. Caroline Mulroney, the eldest child, the only daughter of Brian Mulroney, was the one to give the eulogy. She acknowledged from the beginning that no one gave a speech quite like her dad, but she sure did an awfully good job trying to live up to what he was able to do. She also poked fun at him several times, saying he didn't like polls, but he sure loved a good headline, and he would have loved the good headlines that he had got in recent weeks. And she also shared some of those final moments that Brian Mulroney had with his wife, Mila Mulroney. It was a very difficult part of the speech for her. It was hard to listen to be brought into the circle of what those last moments were for them as a family.
My dad called out to my mother from his hospital bed and said, "Mila, what have you got lined up for me today?" Mom leaned over his bed and said, "Darling, what would you like me to line up for you?" "Naughtin'," he replied, which was his funny way of saying the word nothing. "Then I will line up naughtin'," she said. Ever hopeful, Mom put her hands on his cheeks and said, "Oh, Brian, are you coming back to me?" His body was tired, but his heart would not let him give us up. So Dad looked at Mom, and with what were his final words to her, he said, "I plan to." We are heartbroken by our loss. We adored him. I miss you, Daddy.
emotional moments from Brian Mulroney's eldest child, Caroline Mulroney, who gave the eulogy for her father on behalf of the family. Let's go to David Cochrane.
Hi, Rosemary. I'm here with Mark Entwistle, who is a former press secretary to the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. Mark, you were there at the end of Brian Mulroney's political career. You're here as a family and the country say goodbye. What are your thoughts after that service?
Well, it's a moment of history without question. I think, sadness for people, obviously, a certain nostalgia, but also a great deal of solidarity, actually, with the Prime Minister's family. They're a wonderful family. The country's kind of grown up with them. I spent a lot of time with the Prime Minister, but I'd be at 24 Sussex when the kids came home from school, having milk and cookies and that kind of thing. And we all, as a country, watched them grow up. And he has 16 grandchildren, so it was a moment of great, personal connection and I think a moment of celebrating his achievements, which were a myriad. He moved at a pace, David, and a speed and a velocity. He exhausted us. But it was mentioned earlier, I think Jean Charest mentioned it, that he had a political philosophy that you're given a political asset and capital, and you have choices, and you use it. If you don't use it, it's gone. And if you don't use it, it's like a kind of a radioisotope. It has a half-life, and over time it diminishes. So your history's given you this, and your peers have given you this tremendous responsibility. So you've got to act, and he did across every imaginable domain. I think a lot of Canadians forget how much he did. Yeah. It was unbelievable.
One of the things that Caroline Mulroney said in her eulogy that Rosemary just referenced, that he didn't like polls, but he loved a good headline. and she said he would have liked the good headlines over the last couple of weeks. I mean, how do you view the assessment of Brian Mulroney's legacy and record now, as opposed to at the end of his political life?
I always thought, because at the end of his political life, he was very low in the polls, as you might recall. I always thought that historians would treat him very well. Later on, but with maybe a bit more distance. I have to tell you, I was surprised at the response to the news that he had passed. The outpouring and so universal and bipartisan and loving in a way, as if the country was in some way yearning for something that they were grabbing onto, and it was across all party lines, and people were very gracious. The lineups, I gather, at the lying-in ceremonies and everyday people. So, I think he would be very happy and very proud, and I think it's a really important thing for the country to see this.
Mark Entwistle, thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
Thank you, David. Thanks.
Rosemary, that's Mark Entwistle, former press secretary to the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. People just are really flooding the doors now, coming down from the funeral services. Remember, there were about 1,300 people there: premiers, former premiers, prime ministers, former prime ministers. So it was quite the crowd to see, all here to honor the man and the family and the legacy that Brian Mulroney left behind. I know David will grab people as he can. Wanted to take a moment, Rob, just to talk a little bit about Jean Charest's speech, because Jean Charest, as we have said, sort of a protege of Brian Mulroney's, and he talked about how he lived and breathed politics. His was the speech that really spoke to the things that he did for the country, the political legacy, the policy legacy that he leaves behind, the things that changed this country in ways we probably, are only beginning to understand.
And to an extent that I don't think people today appreciate. Yeah. Mark Entwistle touched on that, and so did Mr. Charest. We have to understand that this was a change at a warp speed velocity. We're talking about free trade, we're talking about the GST, we're talking about fundamental constitutional change to rewrite the basic law of the land. This was change that was fundamental and constant. And when they say we're surprised at the reaction, it goes without saying that when you change that much in a short period of year, the Mulroney decade was tumultuous. You do get people who are uncomfortable by that, That's right. are uncomfortable with that. And that explained a lot of the polls. People were tired of the change. They needed a rest. But there is something to be said. They're all noting it, that change has now become inured in Canada. We're accustomed to it. We haven't gotten rid of it. Nobody loves the GST. But
Jean Charest says some people love it now.
yeah, well, certainly people in office love it because
people who get
it's
the
a revenue
revenues, that's
raiser.
right, yeah.
And as a result of people's changing that perspective, Mr. Mulroney used to make speeches all the time after he left office saying, you know what I miss? I miss the adulation. Because he never got the adulation.
Not there, yeah.
I think he's getting some of it today, and he's had it the last 4 days as well.
Yeah, he also understood that history and distance makes your record look different and your profile look different. The other thing Jean Charest said was, because of Brian Mulroney, we live in one of the greatest countries in the world. I want to go now to Alison Northcott. She's with a guest. Alison.
Yeah, I'm here with the former Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, Brian Tobin. Thank you for joining us. You've just come from the service. We heard so much about the kind of person Brian Mulroney was. What stood out for you?
I think the family, obviously it meant everything to him, beginning of the day, the end of the day, but also, you know, there's no question Brian Mulroney loved the country and wanted to serve the country well. Look, I got to know him in many ways much better after our political lives. I was across the floor as a troublesome so-called rat packer back in the day when he was Prime Minister, but I ended up serving on a corporate board with him. We worked on many business files together, and personally we shared a lot of, as he did with many, a lot of communication, a lot of phone calls. I never understood when I was in the House of Commons how he could keep his caucus together through all the trials and tribulations and great challenges of being Prime Minister. After politics, I understood it. On an individual basis, on a personal basis, nobody had greater charm, greater interest, and greater investment in personal relationships than Brian Mulroney. And, you know, Jodine and I are here, along with many others who really came to admire him. I can tell you in our lives, in trying moments, Brian picked up the phone and was first to do so. So I have a great appreciation for him, great appreciation for his family, and we just wanted to be here along with many other Canadians to say thank you and to salute him.
And we've heard that from so many people over the last couple of weeks about he would pick up the phone and call people. What do you think that says about his character? You know,
The Irish focus on the music and, of course, his own voice. Singing is out of the church. Don't know where. That kind of sentimental feeling for people, for communities, was very much part of Brian Mulroney. I mean, he was extraordinary at staying in touch. As you know, he had a lot of health issues over the last couple of years. I spoke to him often about those, but I had a health issue too. You know, I had prostate cancer myself 5 years ago. Used to have great chats with him at the time, and you know, he was that guy who would say, "Don't worry, today's a bad day, but tomorrow's going to be better, and every day after that will be better yet again." He was just a big human being with a big heart, and he, you know, for him, the currency of life were personal relationships, and he built up that currency. And as many pointed out, he didn't just leave it in his wallet; he spent it. He approached politics the same way. You know, again, sat across the floor and had great rows with Mr. Mulroney and his team, but never doubted the man, never doubted his heart, and never doubted his commitment to the country. And I think about this. You know, he left politics 30 years ago, but he never retired from life. He never retired from contributing, and he never retired from reaching out and being an important part of people's lives. Quite extraordinary.
Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Alison. Just a very emotional Brian Tobin there, talking about how in challenging moments of his own personal life, Mr. Mulroney reached out, and he got a little choked up there. And we've heard that time and again over the past week. It wasn't just in good moments that Brian Mulroney reached out to talk to people. It was in their worst moments, and those calls were deeply appreciated. Part of the legacy that Brian Mulroney leaves behind is also to do with his alma mater, St. FX, a place where he grew up. He fell in love with politics, one could argue, and he's done a great deal to build that university up. And David's got a guest on that front. David.
That's right, Rosie. I'm here with Andy Haken, who is the president of St. Francis Xavier University, which is also the home of the institute that bears Brian Mulroney's name. Andy Haken, thank you for joining us. Your thoughts on what you heard today and Brian Mulroney's influence on the university you lead.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the thoughts of every one of us, he managed to connect with people in a really, really unique way. No matter what the conversation was about, it was always ending with a sort of story about the family. How's the family doing, Andy? How are you doing? I remember distinctly that back in 2020, in the fall of 2020, we decided that St. FX should stay open for students during COVID. And he called, and it was the first call I'd had with him. And he said, leadership is tough, Andy. And sometimes you've got to swim against the tide. You're doing the right thing. Keep going. Think about your community. I'll never forget that. Just as everybody has said in the last few days, he said the right thing at the right time to support people. And, to me, that is a moment in my life I'll never forget.
You mentioned thinking about the community. We were told right up to the end he was thinking about the St. FX community because it was a fall that accelerated us to this moment, but he thought he had more time and was planning to come to the spring convocation and be part of the ceremonies when St. FX was going to gather later this year.
Yes, we had him booked in for early May to come to the convocation, and we're looking forward to that. But also, it would be in the 65th year since his graduation from the university. So we're planning a fall homecoming for him. And he'd already reached out to some of the class of 1959 to come back, Terry McCann, Jimmy Nasso and others to come and celebrate that 65th year since grad. He was a constant presence for the university, and he's left a legacy. Not only the Brian Mulroney Institute government, but also the building itself. I mean, he has touched so many lives there, including our current students.
Andy Haken, thank you so much for talking to us today.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Rosemary, that's Andy Haken, president of St. FX, Brian Mulroney's alma mater. Back to you.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that. And that is one of the places where, much like his American friends, Brian Mulroney had rebuilt his office, his prime ministerial office inside that institute that you can go and visit and get the experience of what that would have been like for him. We have another guest down there with Allison, one of the honorary pallbearers, has agreed to speak with you, Allison.
Yes, this is an honorary pallbearer and a very good friend of Brian Mulroney's for many years, Bill Pristansky. What did it mean for you to be able to be one of the pallbearers for your friend?
Well, it's an incredible honor. He actually wrote in his own hand in his will 17 names, and he talked to a few of us beforehand. But, I've known him for 41 years and worked for him for 41 years, starting with his leadership campaign in '83. Without Brian Mulroney in my life, I met Bambry, my wife, through politics. And so there'd be no JJ, there'd be no Bambry. So it was very touching, even though I knew, because I was chairman of the organizing committee for the state funeral, I knew the song was coming and I knew it was going to be his voice. I, like 1,300 other people, teared up, and it was a touching moment. But a great send-off for him. I know that he'd be proud of all the people that worked together to make this such a important day. I mean, they even planned the Baie-Comeau snow so that we would, and the wind that's hitting my back right now. But it was just a great honor to be part of his life. A man that had a passion for his family, for Canadians, and for, as Elizabeth May said, the whole world. I mean, I worked for them on all the environment initiatives. I worked with him on apartheid, Commonwealth, at the CHOGM conferences where he stood up to his best friends, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. He had a persuasive Irish ability to get people to see what was best for the country and best for other countries. He was able to bring Canadians together, and as we saw this week, the outpouring of grief and love and passion for the man. Everyone had talked to him on the phone. He'd called them on serious occasions, whether it be a birthday or a death in the family. He had a way of reaching out to people at their very lowest moments and consoling them and bringing them greetings that uplifted them and made them have hope for the future. And he gave the country hope. And he just didn't work for the politics of the day. He didn't work for, the poll of the day. He didn't work for the next 10 days. Or he worked for the next generation to make Canada a better country for all of us. So great honor to be one of the honorary pallbearers today, and very, very moving ceremony. From Wayne Gretzky's laughs to Jean Charest tribute, and most of all Caroline, who I've known since she was 9 years old, as he, that was the day that he won the leadership. to develop into such a beautiful woman with such a beautiful family and such an effective cabinet minister in the Ontario government. Again, a passion for people, passion for our country. So it was a great honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. That's Bill Prstansky. He was an honorary pallbearer, Rosie.
Thanks so much for that, Allison. Of course, he worked for Brian Mulroney for a long time, and that's what a lot of those pallbearers were, either lifelong friends, but also people who worked closely with Mulroney in all the iterations of his life. The scene unfolding behind us, people leaving quickly. We just saw Stephen Harper scoot by there with his wife, Laureen Harper, tried to get him to come over. Doesn't love the media anymore now that he's not prime minister, but I got a wave at least. But lots of turnout here to honor the former prime minister, as we've said, people from all parties, all walks of life, an extensive guest list. Anything else that stand out for you? I mean, obviously the granddaughter, we're going to play a little bit more of her beautiful, beautiful voice, paying tribute to her grandfather that was difficult for her to do emotionally. But any other remarks on the Wayne Gretzky eulogy or the one from Pierre-Karl Péladeau? And I think what those voices signal to us about Mulroney.
They're friends, and I want to talk about friendship for Brian Mulroney. Look at who's here. These are people he went to high school with, people he went to Laval with, people he went to St. Francis Xavier with. He had a saying, you dance with the one that brung you. So that was his avowal of loyalty to his friends. They stayed with him. They did well by him, but they stayed with him for 60, 65, 70 years of his life. He brought them along from Nova Scotia, from Laval, brought them into power, made them his chiefs of staff, made them senators. So it's a lifelong sort of bond of loyalty. And this notion, he said it often, right down to the convention that he finally won in '83, stick with our delegates. You dance with the one that brung you, was a lifelong philosophy for him.
Yeah, it's remarkable. They stuck by him in difficult times, in good times, and they were sometimes, as you said, rewarded for sticking by him with loyalty.
They also caused him at times enormous heartache.
Of course.
I mean, Lucien Bouchard is first in line. Yes. We have mentioned Karl-Heinz Schreiber, but he was a friend and supporter in the 76 and 83 campaign. Enormous heartache that the Prime Minister himself avowed. So, torment at times.
Yes.
But that bond, that loyalty was unbreakable, it seemed, for 7 decades in some instances.
And that certainly was on display today. How much people felt compelled to show their loyalty and prove their loyalty to him time and again, as he did to them, I should say. David Cochrane, some final thoughts from you as we wrap up our coverage.
Well, Rosie, one of the things that struck me about the ceremony, the beautiful moments with the family and the tributes to the political career and the legacy and the family legacy of Brian Mulroney, but Wayne Gretzky giving a eulogy seemingly completely off the cuff, without notes, unscripted, funny, with these personal moments of him and his wife, Janet, connecting with Brian Mulroney and Mila Mulroney over the years. And it struck me that these two men, Brian Mulroney and Wayne Gretzky, dominated the 80s in Canada in a very profound way. And I looked at the numbers. In the 1984-1985 season, Wayne Gretzky scored 208 points. And that was the year Brian Mulroney won 211 seats in the House of Commons in that big sweep election. So only Brian Mulroney could outscore Wayne Gretzky at the peak of his powers as captain of the Edmonton Oilers back then. And it was just fascinating to see all of this going back over decades, the political rivals, the political foes, the political allies, and the political staff, and even the greatest hockey player of all time coming together to say goodbye to one of the most consequential prime ministers in the country's history.
David, thank you for that. See, your hockey trivia is important for your political coverage, as it turns out. One of the things that stood out through all of that too, Rob, was really, the connection to his family and how much his life, as much as it was about politics, it was centered and focused on that nucleus, that group of people that he found, created, and kept with him.
Yeah, here's his philosophy. Be a good husband, be a good father. That'll make you a better whatever you're at in terms of your professional life. And he was unswerving that way. He thought that the three were interconnected: father, husband, and then whatever it is you want to do in life. And you know, if you ask him, his most enormous success was his family. It was one of the things that he said. He was imperfect. He admitted he was imperfect, but he got family perfect.
Yeah. Justin Trudeau also spoke, and he spoke about how this moment obviously reminded him of his own dad, where he gave that eulogy more than 20 years ago. But he also talked about how leaders have to have vision, and you have to do it sometimes when it's difficult. I expect Justin Trudeau's feeling some of that these days, so perhaps that he was also projecting a little bit. But that was probably a lesson that Brian Mulroney taught him as well, that the big things that you're trying to do don't always seem like the right thing when you're doing them.
We have talked about the inescapability of this being a political event. And there were tones of politics in Mr. Trudeau's speech, Prime Minister Trudeau's speech. There were also tones of politics in Jean Charest's speech. Yeah. He mentioned Teddy Roosevelt's speech, The Arena. Mr. Mulroney used to love the word timorous,
Timorous.
Timorous.
Oh, timorous. Yes,
yeah,
all right.
You know, Brian Mulroney was a guy who, when he was 17 years old, said to his friends, "Are you going to Montreal? Pick me up a dictionary," because he wanted to learn more words, and timorous was a great word. But he loved TR. He loved Teddy Roosevelt. And he loved Teddy Roosevelt because he was in the arena. He got sweaty. He got knocked down. And that was Brian Mulroney. And that was the story, really, of Brian Mulroney's life after he left politics. He never stopped fighting for that legacy. He said that the pollsters weren't important to him, the media weren't important to him. I don't think he was telling us the entire truth. No. But he had a gimlet eye on the judgment of history, and he really cared about that and worked unceasingly to try and raise his standing in the eye of historians.
And rebuild his reputation, which was hit, particularly after he left politics, which I think today he would say, I probably did that. I probably succeeded in that. As Jean Charest said, he was a prime minister. He realized he was prime minister, and he was going to make it count.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing that I want to remind people about. This is the guy who grew up the son of an electrician, and who lost his father young. We had 3 prime ministers in a row who lost their fathers young. It was Pierre Trudeau, John Turner, and Brian Mulroney, and it had a huge impact on Brian Mulroney, on the others as well, I would imagine. But it was, I've got to succeed, I've got to do well, and then I've got to show people I'm doing well. We got a bit of a show today as well.
Rob, thank you for being here. Appreciate
An enormous
your coverage.
pleasure.
Thank you to David Cochrane, Alison Northcott, and everybody else who's been part of our coverage today. We leave you with the voice of Brian Mulroney's granddaughter. I'm Rosemary Barton. Thank you so much for watching.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai à tant l'aimer que ça me donne envie de crier sur tous les toits. Elle est à moi, j'aurais l'air fin si je faisais ça. C'est pas normal, me direz-vous. Aimer comme ça, faut être fou. Je le sais bien, oui, mais voilà, je n'y peux rien, c'est malgré moi. Quand ça me rend, y a rien à faire. Je l'aime tant, c'est merveilleux. Je ne vis plus sur cette terre lorsque je rêve à ses yeux. À ses yeux bleus comme l'azur, à ses cheveux d'un blond si pur. Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai à tant l'aimer, mais qu'est-ce que j'ai, mais qu'est-ce que j'ai à tant l'aimer, mais qu'est-ce que j'ai.